We all have a story, we all have a tale. Well, there's a place I've come to know well, led by a man named Sty. He's full of stories, he is quite a guy. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy. If you're feeling lonely, come and make a friend. If you need a story, on Sty you can depend. His voice is soothing like a lullaby. Sometimes he brings a tear to my eye. Sit around the campfire and hear him tell his tale. Some may be able to relate to him quite well. We're all just people looking for a place to go. Well, Sty has made one, and it is quite a show. Come meet Sty, he's quite the guy.
Well, hi, folks. Hey, happy Sunday afternoon to y'all. It's great to see you. Oh, I am so glad to have my opportunity every Sunday to come and hang out with you folks. It is just, yeah, it is an important part of this old boy's life. Yeah, you betcha. You betcha. Especially now that I'm feeling good again. I'm back to feeling like myself. It's been a good week for me, a very good week for me. I'm looking over here at the comments. Not a lot of comments to start off a show, but Sheba B, Lori, she popped in right away. Hello. It typed Sky. She uses voice to text. It types Sky. I'll be back. She'll be back. And she followed that up because she's realized it said Sky, so she said Sty, and it typed it out as STI instead of STY. Isn't that? Yeah, don't we just love technology? And then Harry, Metal Music is hitting that nail right on the head. He says, it's officially fall weather these days. Time to get them cornbread recipes out and warm up our souls. You make the cornbread, I'll bring the locally collected honey. I mean, my doctor, her and her husband are beekeepers. I picture her. I picture her as a true country girl, but I never until she told me and described what she's doing, her and her husband. I couldn't believe it, man. I could just see her out there with all of her bee gear on, out there handling the hives, and they got some awesome honey, man. Oh, that's some of the best honey. So Metal Music, you make the cornbread, I'll bring the honey. Yes, dear. Sty could eat it too. Sty can eat it now. Man, I can eat whatever I want. Oh, look at here. Kimberly. Oh, it's so good to see you. Kimberly Ferris is in the house. Hello, sweetie. Awesome. Hey, share it out, guys. Let's get a bunch of our friends over here, hang out today and do some chatting. I got an individual that's trying to get themselves ready, and they're going to probably spend some time with us. I hope so. I hope they pop up in the basement. The Running Water, my boy, he was in the basement just within. That's why the intro seemed a little choppy, because I was stumbling, because we were in the middle of a conversation right up till the clock was ended. The Running Water and I haven't talked to each other since last Sunday, and that was even a short conversation. So we only had 20 minutes to talk before the show, and we're trying to cram everything that's happened in a week into that 20 minutes, and it wasn't enough, man. Him and I, we could sit and chat for 2 hours. A lot of catching up that him and I could do. But it was so good to hear from Running Water, and he says, hi, everybody. He can't be on today. He's pounding the pavement. He's heading to his home base, to his home terminal with his truck. And hey, prayers out there for Running Water, because if all goes well, they're going to have a new truck for him this time when he gets back into the main office there. And he's due for a new truck, and I'm hoping that he does. I hope he gets that new truck. The new truck is supposed to have one of these units on it that provides the power and heat and air conditioning, everything. You know, it provides everything to that truck constantly. Never have to worry about the batteries being too low to fire the truck up or nothing, because this thing keeps everything warm and running. And yeah, the truck he's in doesn't have one of those units. So a lot of times he's got to call road service, get a jump for that truck, especially in the bitter cold months, when if he's got to shut the truck down for a day or two, that bugger just don't want to fire up. I mean, they don't want to crank. So he's got to get someone to come out and jump his truck for him. With this new truck, he won't have those worries anymore. Yeah, he's had an interesting week. He went out to Martha's Vineyard. He delivered him and a few other trucks from Chief, delivered a building to the airport there. It's a processing center of some type, a hangar processing center. Yeah, it's all big steel buildings. And I mean, the company he works for, they provide the materials, all the materials, the whole building, for like dollar stores, Dollar Trees and places like that. I mean, yeah, lots of different buildings out there are provided by this company, and he hauls all the components for those buildings, and he hauls everything from the raw steel to the plant that produces the steel siding, roofing, the beams, all that. And he hauls all that raw material, and he hauls the finished material to the job site. So yeah, for him, it's kind of interesting. He gets to kind of see the whole process, from beginning to end. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Like I said, it's been a different week. This has been a very different week. I've got some excellent, awesome news, at least to me, and I might seem a little extra happy today. But for good reason. Let's see, what time is it? It's 2:00 here. 49 hours ago, literally 49 hours ago, I walked out of a surgical place that, it's a surgery center. They do outpatient types of surgeries. I walked out of that place at 5 after 1 Friday afternoon. No more feeding tube. I'm off that feeding tube, and they removed it last Friday at 1:00. So I've had 2 nights without that feeding tube in me. That tube's gone. Sty's got nothing attached to him anymore. Nothing related to that damn cancer attached to me anymore. That part of it's done. Hey, look at this. I got to pop these guys up here. There's too tall. Rob. Too Tall Rob live. Hey, it's great to see you, Too Tall. Yeah, I should be just calling him Rob, but no, I like Too Tall. Hey, Too Tall. That's cool. I love it. And then we got Can't Beat Him. There's Dr. Smith. Got to have Dr. Smith in the house. That's awesome. Hey, there's a doctor in the house. Yeah. Oddly enough, through my life, I lived long enough, 65 plus years now. I've heard that like 3 times now. I'm pretty sure it's just 3 times, but I have heard that. Someone yell out, "Is there a doctor in the house?" Yeah. Where there was an emergency situation. Hey, is there a doctor in the house? Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Smith would go, "I don't see one." You're on your own. I don't see one. No. We can call 911. No. Dr. Smith. Yeah. Yeah. Here, take 2 aspirin and call me in the morning. He's laughing. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. What a great bunch of folks I hang out with. I love you guys. I just love you guys. I look forward to seeing you guys all week long. In November, I'm going to start back with my Thursday night around the campfires for you all to know. You'll have to excuse me on occasion. You're going to see me slamming some of this Death Wish coffee. I got to keep my fluids up, I don't have that feeding tube anymore. I can't inject water into my system. Can't say, "Oh, wow, I haven't drank enough today, so I got to inject water." Can't do that anymore. I got to drink it. I got to make sure to drink fluids, So I'm drinking something all day long and eating all day long. Eat. I still can't hit 3,000 calories. I just don't have enough volume in my system to eat that much. But between 2,000 and 2,900 calories I get every day, no matter what. And the surgeon that removed my tube Friday said, that was his first question. "What's your calorie intake? I need to know how much you're taking in for calories." And I told him. And he said, "Well, that's great. 2,000, between 2,000 and 2,900. Yeah, we can take that. That's good. Now, the next question is your weight. How's your weight doing?" I said, "Between 150 and 155. Boom, 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 back and forth between those weights. I just can't get over 155. But I don't drop below 150, and I haven't. It's like 150.6 is the lowest I've had." I said, "I don't drop below 150. But I can't get past 155. And I've been eating some of the fattiest put weight on you kind of foods you could imagine. Lots of bacon, tons of fat. Now I've shifted a little less fat, but a lot more protein because I'm trying to redevelop muscle mass, and that's coming back. My muscle mass is coming back, and my endurance and my stamina is starting to come back a little bit. Yesterday was interesting because they had a marathon out here in the town I live in, and it's a women's organization that organized it, I believe, and I believe it's a cancer awareness. Nobody told me about it, but we live on what is called the corridor, which is a hiking trail that's over 4 miles long, runs all the way through town. And it's a beautiful trail, all black-topped. Well, I can't remember how many miles long this marathon is they run. But when they come past this place where I live, they've only got about 3 miles left and they're done. But it's a pretty long doggone marathon. So they're pretty wore out by the time they're coming past here. I got my cameras flickering. I don't know. And I tried, it was doing it earlier today and now it's doing it again. I don't know what's causing it. But, and I'm not going to try to tech stuff while I'm live streaming. But so I look out the window yesterday morning and there's people out front of my place and they're out there with orange flags. And I thought, what the heck's going on out there? And the street we live on, this avenue, you might get a car every half hour. There's rarely ever any traffic at all on this street. The only real traffic I ever notice is the mail truck driving by. Well, so I walked out to see what's going on. And they said, oh, well, this marathon's going on today. And we're here. Every crossing through town's got somebody at it tending the crossing. So I ended up hanging out there, having a cup of coffee and BSing with them for an hour and a half. And these marathoners are coming through, and they stop any vehicles that are there coming down the street, and they let the marathoners run through. And the one gal out here, every time the marathoners are coming, crossing out here, she's going, "You're almost there." Well, the fella that's with her, he looks at me and he goes, "Yeah, like 3 miles almost there." They got a ways to go yet. He said, but compared to the whole thing, yeah, they're almost there. They're almost there. And yeah, it was interesting chatting with those folks. And it was great. We got to talk a lot about camping, the outdoors. Got to talk about the channel. I hope they're watching today. They were hoping to. I give them all channel stickers. And yeah, we had a good time yesterday afternoon. I haven't gotten to play with it much, but I got myself a new toy. It was just on a whim. And I was on Mojo, Grilling, Chilling with Mojo's live stream yesterday morning. He was making a Philly cheesesteak breakfast sandwich, Philly cheesesteak sandwich. But on top of the steak and cheese, he puts 2 soft fried eggs on top. But yeah, you throw eggs on anything, it's breakfast, right? Well, so he had me up on the panel, we were chatting, and I told him about this. But I just had this wild hair one day. Well, one day it was in the middle of the night. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. Couldn't sleep and I didn't know what to do. And so I'm surfing Amazon, just looking at stuff, And I came across this and I thought, it's just a whim. I thought, what the heck? I'm going to get one, just try it out. I got this pen, right? This part of it, you can't even tell, but this part of it is a camera. It's a spy camera, spy pen. You can clip this in your pocket. You push the top button, hold it for 2 seconds, the bugger starts recording, and it'll record audio and video. And if you press it once, it'll take just a still picture. If you press it 3 times, it'll record just audio. If you have this sitting in a cup or something, a pen holder or something in your house, you can turn it on, and I can't remember how many times you push it, but that signals it to be motion activated. So if somebody walks into the room, it'll start recording. And if it doesn't have any motion, after 30 seconds or something like that, it'll stop recording until it detects motion again. Well, this thing was $40. I played with it very little. The video quality, it's not top notch. It's, but you look at that, the size of the camera on this thing, it's just, and it's in the clip. The camera's in the clip, and it's just tiny. So the quality is pretty doggone good for what you got here. It's a little bug, and it's just a pen. And the nice thing about it is somebody says, "Hey, let me borrow your pen." They don't even realize you're handing them a camera and a microphone. And it's got a regular pen tip and it writes. I love this thing. I'm having fun. I'm looking forward to the day I can take it with me to Walmart, you know. Oh, look at here. Oh, look at here. Look at it. Look at it. There she is. Hi, sweetie.
How you doing?
Good. You're looking good.
How's it going?
It's going good. They took my feeding tube out Friday, so
Good.
I'm happy as can be. Almost 3 months of having that doggone thing. I keep reaching down here and going, am I sitting on that thing? Am I pulling on it? You know, well, oh, it's not there. Duh.
Yeah.
So
What a relief.
Last night, oh my God, I haven't slept that good in, I don't know, a year. I could flip-flop any position I wanted, stretch out. The night before, the first night I had the tube out, that night of sleep was disrupted constantly because I kept thinking I still had it, you know. And so I'd roll over and I go, oh my God, don't do that, the tube, you know, and then it would wake me up. But last night, didn't think about it a bit, just rolled around in bed all I wanted. Yeah. So I'm feeling pretty damn happy, man. I got nothing connected to me anymore.
Right.
Freedom, yes. It's no shit. You know, I don't think people can truly, unless they've been there, had that kind of situation, truly appreciate how much that really is freedom. I mean, having something attached to your body that's foreign like that, and you can't get rid of it, and it's uncomfortable, and it hurts at times, and then all of a sudden it's gone. You're just like, oh my God, I'm in heaven. Hey, Briar Gamer, good to see ya. But yeah, I'll tell you what, this boy's happier than snot. And it was out of all the crap I've had to deal with the cancer thing, that was the quickest, easiest procedure I've ever been through. I got there 10 minutes before my appointment. They got me into the exam room 5 minutes before the appointment. She did my vitals, asked a couple questions. She was out the door before 1 o'clock, which was my appointment time. And she says, I'll see if the doctor's back from his lunch and send him in as soon as he's ready. She no more than closed the door and tap, tap. And here he comes walking in. He goes, well, let's take a look at that. And he asked me a couple of questions. And he says, well, should we get it out of there? I said, sure. I went to get up to go over to the exam table. I was sitting in the chair next to the computer. And he goes, oh, just stay where you're at. He just grabs his equipment, wheels his chair up to me, and lift your shirt up and snip, 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 pull that thing out. And in 30 seconds, it sealed itself shut. There was no bleeding, no discharge, nothing. And he put the gauze on and some tape, and he said, tomorrow you take that dressing off. And he said, and then all you got to do is, he says, put a little patch of gauze on it with a Band-Aid on it. I go, a Band-Aid? What kind of Band? He goes, you know, Mommy, I cut myself. I need a boo-boo Band-Aid, you know. And I laughed. I said, you're not talking to a 5-year-old. He goes, but that's the kind of Band-Aid I'm talking about. He says, if you got some cutesy Band-Aids with Snoopy or something on them, use those. What the hell? He said, no, all you need is a Band-Aid over it for about a week. He says, no, you're a free man now. He says, you have a nice day. Shook my hand, walked out the door. I walked out right behind him. He says, yeah, you're free. Go. I got to the parking lot, grabbed my phone, going to let my daughter know that the procedure was done. I looked at the phone. It was 5 minutes after 1 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
The nurse saw me 5 minutes before 1, went through the thing with her. The doctor did his procedure, and I was back out at my truck at 5 minutes after 1. 10 minutes total, beginning to end. I never felt so good in my life, man. I, I, yeah, that was a doctor's visit. Yeah, I could handle one of those every couple of days and it wouldn't bother me. So yeah, I'm happy, man. I am so happy. I'm looking forward to getting just my daily life back to normal. There were so many things I was not able to do because of that dang tube. Now
Yeah.
he said, don't worry about it. Yeah, do whatever you want to do. He says, you're not going to hurt yourself. He said, just go for it. He said, don't do more than your body can handle. But he says, as far as that thing's concerned, it's gone. It's over. That experience is done. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And then what's it do here? Rains and snows. Snows at night, rains all day. Snows at night, rains all day. Son of a bitch, I got a bunch of brush and logs I got to move and saw up into firewood and shit. Can't do a thing.
Yeah.
Starting tomorrow, it's supposed to be clear for 3 days, but it's not supposed to get over 45 as a high. That's the highest. So
Yeah.
our nights will all be low 30s, upper 20s. Yeah. So
We're up here in the mountains, so we're getting about the same right now.
are you?
Mm-hmm. Sheet of ice in the mornings, early mornings sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Hey, me Dibble. Bad news. I'm here. Hey, Native Kutsa. Awesome. Great to see you, girl. Great
How's
to
it
see
going?
you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I was wondering about your weather up there, how it was, if it was being a typical
Yeah.
Alaska fall,
We started getting snow the other day. We had like our first blanket of snow, and then that disappeared pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But
We had 2 mornings where there was maybe a half, 3/4 of an inch of snow on the vehicles. And then by 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, all gone. But yeah, you'd get up in the morning and look out there and you go, oh, ain't that pretty? Snow coming down, and it's the only thing it's sticking to are things that are up off the ground, because the ground's still too warm for it to stay.
Yeah.
But, and it was funny because
it's gone.
it's funny because I had these couple of young folks and this other older gal I was having a conversation with the other day, and they're whining about the weather and that we had our first snow and it's so early and that's the whole climate change thing. I started laughing. I didn't want to get into that, and that old gal spoke right up. She goes, are you kidding me? She says, man, in the 60s and 70s, she said it would snow in September. And she said, and your Easter egg hunt, it was about an 80% chance that the damn kids are going to have to dig through 3 or 4 inches of snow to find the eggs, because it would snow on you. It would melt, but then it would snow the night before Easter. So, yeah, if you plan an Easter egg hunt, give the kids a shovel, And these two young kids from the local college here are going, oh, no. And I said, oh, she's right. I have to intervene and say, when I was a kid growing up in the 60s, I shit you not, you'd go to bed at night, there would be a snowflake in the sky. And you'd wake up to go to school in the morning, and your mom's going, don't get too excited because there ain't no school today. What? Look outside. They already announced it on the TV. You look outside. Holy Jesus, there's 2-3 feet of snow overnight. And by the end of the winter season, when you'd pull a car in the driveway, if you were standing on the street and looking at your driveway at an angle and there's a car in it, you wouldn't see the car. The snow was that damn deep. The snowbanks in the driveways were higher than the vehicles. And so these two young bloods are just like, no. You're talking like it was the Ice Age or something. Compared to the last 30 years? Yeah. We've been in a very comfortable winter situation. We just got so spoiled that when it, like this year, it was 2 weeks early for our first snow. Usually we don't get our first snow till the October, the end of October. Halloween, we've gotten a few snow Halloweens, but it's 2 weeks early. So what? Ain't nothing. Think back when it was September 15th, you'd get 1.5 feet of snow.
Yeah, the last couple Halloweens, we've had a good couple inches already. I'm wondering if this year it might,
Yeah, Halloween's where it snows like that. It's kind of funny. You see all these kids out there dressed like Eskimos, and they got a mask on. And they're freezing.
Colin, it was so bad last year. Poor little guy. He wore one of those inflatable Pikachu costumes.
Yeah.
And it was a very windy evening. Super freaking windy. So this he's fighting the wind in this air suit. And he had the hardest time. So I would unzip it for him so he could run to the door, and then would air it, he'd get there, and it would do it in seconds. So, and we'd not. Yeah. So we'd have to let it blow up, and then
that poor kid had to have been like a sail that came off of the boat. I mean, just blowing in the wind.
I felt so bad. Oh God, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna rethink this inflatable costume.
Never thought of that when we got you the costume.
Oh, there goes my cam. Yep.
That's it.
I need to get a new one.
After the fact, you're just like, oh my gosh.
Yep. Well, we didn't know what it was going to be like in the wind, so it was pretty funny though.
You really should get me your address. Between me and Running Water, I've got a
Yeah, I just set up new mail services. So that will I couldn't before, but now I have it set up.
I could send you this bugger. I could send you this bugger. I just need your address. It's got a nice long cable.
Oh, that's
and
that's a lot like the one I had here, but
it's I personally have, I think, 4 or 5 webcams, and Running Water's got twice as many.
Where's he at today?
I'm not quite sure. He's out in the middle of the boondocks somewhere. He's on his way to their home terminal. He's just happy he's not in Martha's Vineyard anymore.
Yeah.
That trip to Martha's Vineyard was a little weird for him because Obama was there at the same time, and his jet was at the airport that Running Water was supposed to deliver to. And he said that him and the other drivers, because there was a few of those guys from this company delivering there, and he said that dang Secret Service constantly checking on those drivers, making sure that they're staying in their trucks. They can go to the terminal, but they have to go directly back to their truck. They can't be outside their trucks. They said, whatever you do, don't make any motion or walk towards that jet airplane. So, because Obama's jet sitting there, and he even put a picture on Facebook of Obama's jet sitting there. The cameras have gotten pretty doggone reasonable. This one that I got that I can send Samantha, it's rated pretty high, and it's an HD, it's running 1080p,
This one I think only goes up to like 7 something.
Yeah, 740 or whatever it is. Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, they finally got them reasonably priced. Hey, Justin, good to see you.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah, I'm terrible that way with this.
It's not.
I have to discipline myself. I can't afford to be doing it. Lately I've been as bad as a pregnant woman with food on whim buying. You know, I'll see something and I'll go, "Oh yeah, what the heck? I got that. I'll buy that." You know, I bought this stupid spy pen. This thing is fun though. Tiny little camera in that pen, being able to video people and be able to record audio. You know, conversations. And I thought, and it didn't help that I saw what you went through with your past landlord. And I thought,
yeah.
I saw this on Amazon at 2:00 in the morning. I'm going, I'm not going to run into that kind of situation. But every once in a while, I run into a situation where I'll have a conversation with somebody and I know damn well that 2 days later, they're going to say, I never said that. Oh, hey, that pen records audio. I'm going to do that. Yeah. So I bought the damn thing. Hey, John, Adventures in the Heartland's in the house. Good to see ya. Hope you're having a good fall day where you're at. Here it's cold, wet. It's drying out a little bit. It quit raining and snowing at least. And there's Lucky 7 mud mowers. Awesome, man. It is so good to see you there, Lucky 7. There's Mr. Fulton.
Hey, Lucky.
Oh, you got 4th place in the bowling tournament.
Congrats,
Heading
buddy.
into the next round. Well, congrats there, Fulton. Congrats. Good for you.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
I'll never forget when, I don't remember which kid it was, which is terrible. I think it was my youngest boy, but I'm not sure. But one of my kids, they were so proud of themselves. They went around getting all these sponsors and everything for this bowling league thing that they were going to do, right? And it was one of the 2 boys anyway. And they got all these sponsors. And what it was is you could sponsor them for like a penny a pin, you know, whatever their score was, a penny a pin kind of thing. Or a dime a pin or $1 a pin, you know, and they got all these sponsors and they were so proud because it was going to come to like between $500 and $800. It was a lot. It was quite a bit. If they did really well bowling, right? Well, they went to their bowling tournament thing and yeah, they did real well. They placed like 3rd place or something and plus got all that money for that sponsorship. They were so proud of themselves. And I'll never forget, I asked them, because I was working, I couldn't go to it. And I said, now what is this bowling thing that you're doing? It's bowling for the blind. I said, damn, I wish I could be there. And I can remember the kid saying, well, it wasn't that exciting. It's just a bunch of kids bowling. I said, but a bunch of blind kids bowling? That ought to be funnier than hell, man. I want to see that. I'd be willing to do $1 a pin if it's a bunch of blind people bowling. They're not going to put safety bumpers down the troughs, are they? It wasn't blind people bowling. We're bowling for the blind. I said, oh, okay. You just spoiled all my fun. That would have been fun. If I was a blind person, I'd say, yeah, I want to participate, man. This ought to be cool. I get to throw a ball down that. Yeah, I'm damn right. I don't have a clue what it's going to hit, but I get to throw the sucker, and I know it's going to hit something down there. Yeah, Bowling for the blind. Yeah. Hey, Patty Hutchinson, good to see ya. Can you say hi to Nile Master in Ireland who loves driving buses? Well, hi. Hi over there in Ireland.
Hey, Lori.
Hey, Lori, you're back. I'm here. The battery on my tablet died, so I had to wait until charged back up to come in. That's good to see you, Lori. I shouted you out at the beginning. Anybody that leaves a comment, boy, right from the get-go, get shouted. That, there you go.
Oh yeah, me too. Well, yeah, Colin. He was getting frustrated when he first started bowling, but he's pretty good now. Picked it up pretty quickly.
When I was a teenager, I was just going on 16. I turned 16 after about 2 months into. I had an actual old bowling champ. I mean, this guy, he could damn near fill a school gym with his trophies. And he made quite a bit of money being a champ. Olaf Nelson. Us kids, we go bowling at the local bowling alley. And there's this older fella sitting at the bar. Every time we're there, he's sitting at the bar at the bowling lanes. And one day he called me over to him. And I walked over and said hi. And he says, I've been watching you bowl. He says, have you ever bowled a 300 game? I said, no. He said, would you like to? I said, I'd love to, man. Would show off to my buddies, man? You betcha I would. He says, I'll teach you how. He turned and the manager of the lanes was there at the bar, and he said, it's all right if I put somebody on my open lane, right? Manager goes, oh, if you do whatever you want with your lane. Here, they had 20 lanes. Lane 20 was Olaf's. No customers were ever allowed to use lane 20. That lane was Olaf's, period. That guy taught me, and I managed to bowl between the age of 16 and 18. I managed to bowl 17 300 games.
What?
Yeah. 17 300 games. I could not freaking believe it. I mean, it got to the point where on his lane, and it was on his lane, every one of them, that he taught me where the sweet spot was. And I mean, if I bowled a 200 game, that old man would take me by the ear, just like some little old lady would, take me by the ear, and he'd walk me over to the ball rack, and he'd pull up a little, maybe 5 or 7 pound starter ball, and he'd hand it to me, and he'd go, here you go, baby.
Yep.
If you don't know how to bowl, you need to play with the little kid's ball. He was just that way. And then I liked riding in motocross and in endurance. And I was in a bike wreck, and I busted my right wrist. And so I was in a cast for the longest time. And then after that, I just couldn't get the spin on the ball anymore. I had to wear a brace constantly whenever I bowled. And I just kind of, at that age, interests change so fast. And I should have never given it up. I should have just stayed with it. And because that old boy could have made a champ out of a person. And I found out later from a couple other people, he never taught anybody how to bowl. He wouldn't. No, he didn't. He didn't like other people. He didn't like people, period. He just liked sitting at the end of the bar drinking his beer all day. But for some reason, he took me under his wing, and that was pretty cool. Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I've been ignoring the chat. Beat me up for it. Robert and Joe, awesome. Great to see you. Yeah, I haven't bowled in years either. Be fun to pick it back up. And there, Thak and Brenda, awesome. Good to see you. Okay. Yeah. I bet you didn't think I remembered you, Thak. I keep tabs on you. And she posts over at the Sty Shack in the the Sty Shack group on Facebook, and yeah, I keep track of all my wonderful followers, past and present. Yeah, me Dibble's the only time he's ever done bowling was in Japan and drunk. Well, that sounds like fun bowling to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sal, good to see ya.
Be right back.
Oh yeah. Never stop someone from going to get more tea. Tea and coffee. That's me too. But I didn't set up my Keurig, so when this cup's gone, it's gone. I can't just say, I'll be right back and go push the button and be back in a minute and a half with a fresh cup, Justin, yeah, is a Kingpin great? Yeah, that's a good watch. Now that you mentioned it, doggone it, I might have to do that tonight too. Oh yeah. I never saw a game over 200 until this old man. He told me, he said that he wanted to help me because estimate where the ball is going, hit when it lands just by the sound. That's pretty cool. See what Shiva B's talking about there? Blindfold bowling. I can imagine. Well, and that's it. I've had very close friends that were totally blind. I mean, born blind. They didn't become blind. They were born blind. No vision at all. And I was absolutely amazed. I was amazed with them. They were some of the best people I've known in my lifetime. And their capabilities. I mean, how their sensory system compensated for their lack of sight, and some of the things they could do just amazed me. Hey Bradley, it is good to see you. What's up, buddy? How's it been? It's been a long haul, this whole cancer thing. It's getting behind me. They removed my feeding tube last Friday. Nothing attached to this old boy anymore. Monday, tomorrow, I go in for my infusion for my chemotherapy. Now, that chemotherapy, it's not like a common chemotherapy. It's an immune therapy kind of chemo. And what it does is it jacks up my immune system just in case there were some latent cancer cells got away from them when they did the surgery. They can't find any. They did a PET scan on me. They can't find any cancer in my system. They did head to the bottom of my feet, scan me. They couldn't find cancer anywhere. So I'm classed as cancer-free. But they want me to stay that way. So I'm on this chemo program. It's 1 year long. So Monday I go in for my chemo. Then I go in the following Monday for the chemo. Then I only go in once a month for the next 10 months. And then it's done. Then it's totally done. And they said right now that I only have a 60% chance of any cancer reoccurrence, which is pretty good. A 60% chance of never having that reoccur. Only a 40% chance of it coming back, something coming back, some cancer coming back. But with this therapy, it's 80% plus. So it's 20% or less chance that I'll ever, the rest of my natural life, have cancer. So I said, yeah, let's do it. Only takes a day a month out of my life, Hey, there's Peppers. Great to see you, Peppers. Awesome. Oh yeah, the caffeine that'll kick you. I get it, me devil. Yeah. Hey, hike with Mike. Awesome. There's a great guy right there, folks. If you're not following Hike with Mike, get over to his channel, watch a video, leave a comment, hit the thumbs up, subscribe, follow that man. He's awesome. He's awesome. He's real people. If you like real people, he's one to follow. Hey, Amos Moses, good to see ya. So happy to hear that, Sty. Thank you. Thank you. Sty's happy. There's a lot of people saying that they're very happy for me, and oh, he's going for his cat tomorrow. Yeah, prayers out to him, Bradley. Yeah, his uncle. They found a rip in his intestine. That's not good. It's not good. Trying to catch up. Boy, people are just chatting like mad today. Okay, Justin's got to run. Getting ready for winter, aren't we all? Getting ready for winter. Here it comes. Ho, 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 my ass. I'm really not looking forward to winter because I lost my summer. So I didn't get a summer. It's like I went from winter into winter. And
Yeah.
today I'm working on 2 videos I made way back in May. They were before I was done with my chemo and radiation. And
Bradley, hey, peppers.
I walked into 2 waterfalls back in May and never posted the video, and so I was working on those a little bit this morning and trying to get those up this week. But they go way back to May, before I had my surgery done, and I was watching the first one this morning, and I'm going, "Oh my God, you scrawny old fart!" But my big plush beard, I'm just like, "Oh, look at that beard!" And then I was looking at an old video when I was camping at Black Lake the year before that, and I'm going, "Oh shit, man, was that beard big?" Yeah, it's slowly coming back, but I don't know if I'll ever see it back to where it was. Oh well. Bradley says, "Why don't we skip Christmas? I don't have to worry about winter because I live in Florida. The only holiday I'm looking forward to is Thanksgiving." Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
It might be my fan.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'll have to turn it down.
Yeah, I shut them.
Reset. Is that better? How's that?
Yeah, it's still slightly there in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Lori's saying that she's getting herself a solar generator. Doesn't want to go through what she went through last winter. Hey, Ryan, it's good to see you. It's awesome to see you, by the way. Yeah, Hike with Mike's trying to cook dinner while he's watching this. Yeah, just don't confuse sugar with salt. That'll ruin something. Have any of you ever experienced that? I had my ex-wife make a cake with salt instead of sugar. She was so proud of herself making that cake from scratch, right? Yeah. I took one bite of that cake and oh my God, I was gagging for an hour. And she was so upset. And I told her, "Taste that cake." She tasted it and she goes, "What the heck's wrong with it?" I said, "I don't know what you did, but you messed something up bad. The I'm sorry, but you can't make cake with salt instead of sugar. Yeah, Ryan saying been away for a bit. Stuff happened. Yeah, life has its way, doesn't it? It sure does. It sure has its way with us. Yeah, Mike. Yeah, you and Bradley. You're both Floridians. Yeah. That's one thing too I just love about YouTube is it don't much matter where you're from, you know. We're all from YouTube land, you know. And YouTube lands broke up into just like countries. You got this genre, that genre, you know. You got all these core groups of people, and it's I love it. I love it. Mike saying I so need to get out in the woods alone. Hopefully next week. Yeah, ain't that the truth, right? The oh, Ryan's brother passed away and he's dealing with it. Yeah, that's a bummer, man. That's a bummer.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, in the last, I'd say, 12 years, I lost 2 siblings and my mother and a couple of friends. And that's one thing at my age. It gets to that point where a lot of people that I grew up with, a lot of people that I knew or have known my whole life are passing on because they're all getting in those years where anything can happen. Yeah, Ryan, we missed you too. It is good to see me dibbles. Sorry, Sty, you can make cake with salt. It's just horrible. Yeah, it is. It is. Salt cake. Yeah. No, nasty, nasty. Something that's just about as nasty. When I became diabetic, oh, my whole family, oh, we'll help you out. We'll get you sugar-free this, sugar-free that, all of that. My birthday, my ex-wife, she's so proud of herself. She goes out and gets this beautiful cake. Man, that sucker was beautiful. This big-ass, multi-layered chocolate cake. She knew I'm really into German chocolate cake, especially if it's got that pecan frosting on it, you know, coconut pecan caramelized kind of frosting. Well, so she gets this cake. She cuts pieces up for everybody. It's my birthday. Everybody's waiting for me to take a bite, right? Before they even start. So I do. I take a bite. Man, did I have to put my happy face on. It was a lot of work, man. Just, oh, wow. Wow, what a cake. And about 5 of the 8 people that were there with us managed to get a piece in their mouth. 3 of them were smart enough that they saw the reactions of the others. But everybody trying to keep their cool, you know, because they knew my ex-wife bought that cake. It was sugar-free. That cake it tasted like dog crap. I mean, that was the nastiest cake other than that salt cake I've ever eaten. No, was it nasty, nasty, nasty. And so needless to say, no more than 1 bite is all anybody took. Nobody could eat it. Nobody could eat it. It was just so nasty. Yeah, Mike, you're absolutely right. He's got 1 brother left in their family. That's life. Nothing you can do about it. All I got is my sis. She's older than I am. I think she's about 5 years older than me. So she's pushing 70 and she's in pretty good health. Thank God. Thank God. And I want her to outlive me. I don't want to see her go. Yeah. Lori's saying, waiting to hear about her brother. He's got seizures. I was almost clipped by a car 2 days ago because he had a seizure while he was out, while he was on his 10-speed. Ooh, yeah. Hey, Ryan, yeah, deer season. Just last week, they had the youth hunt here in Wisconsin, and my grandson, his first year hunting, first time hunting, opener, and they've got, in some of our counties, you can get multiple doe tags. He shot 2 does, day one, and his dad always bragging about, oh, I'm a great deer hunter, you know. His dad ain't crap for a deer hunter. And boy, he showed up dad that day. That was pretty good. Your wife won't let you bake because you just throw everything together and just whatever it turns out to be, right? Yeah. Sugar-free. Oh, yummy. Yeah, no. Yeah, that Texas weather's unpredictable, in it. I've got folks in San Antonio and Bastrop, and they used to live up El Paso way and up in the White Sands, New Mexico. Supposed to get snow on Tuesday. What the? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. See, and that's it, is we get used to seeing, talking to, hearing from all of our loved ones out there that we it's not until they're gone that we realize that we were really taking it for granted that they'll just be here. That's when my mother passed. I didn't, she was 87 years old. But it caught me totally by surprise, because every Sunday for over 6 years, she called me at the same time every Sunday afternoon. Every Sunday, never missed a Sunday, not once in over 6 years. And then she missed a Sunday. That made me nervous. I tried calling her and no answer. That made me even that much more nervous. And it's like, Ma, you can't be doing that to me. You're making me nervous. So I called my sis, and she says, no, Mom's in the nursing home. She fell again, and yeah, she decided, no, she needs to be in a nursing home. Well, she wasn't in the nursing home very long, and I did get to talk to her once. I did get to see her in the nursing home once. But then one day I got a phone call that she had gotten pneumonia, and it was just days after she contracted the pneumonia, she passed away. The only consolation to it is that she passed away in her sleep, they said. But that's when I realized, for crying out loud, I'm in my 60s, and I just assumed. I just made the assumption that every Sunday, Mom's going to be calling at that time. That was delusional. I wish I had realized that any one of those calls could have been that last call, That's great of you, Ryan, visiting your mom every day. She had breast cancer, but doing well. I love to hear that. When you're used to having a regular cake, and sugar-free cake is a bit of a shock to your system. Yeah, Sheba, that sure is. The Yeah, Mike, I was the same way. When my mom passed away, I was in my 60s, and she passed away. It was like, oh my God, now what? It's the end of the world. I mean, yeah, it's it's it tears you up. It tears you up. Um, yeah, Bradley, totally understood. And that's for my mother. She lived independently right up until she went into that nursing home. And she didn't go in that nursing home because anybody in our family told her you belong in a nursing home. Nobody ever said that to her. Everybody, and especially my sister and her husband, they said, Mom, if you want to live independently, we'll be there to help you every day if we have to. We'll be there. And you get to the point where you can't be independent, we'll set up a room at our house for you, just for you. You can come and you live out your days right at home with us. You don't have to go to a nursing home. My mother, she worked in a nursing home, the same nursing home, for over 50 years. She had over 50 years under her belt when she retired, working for the same nursing home. And so when she chose her nursing home, she chose it. She had visited all these different nursing homes, and she picked the one she wanted to be in, and that's where she said she would be happy. And so we were of the same mind. She'll never go to a nursing home. But I'll tell you what, when we saw how happy she was at that nursing home, she was so glad she picked it. She loved the staff there. She liked the other residents. If we would have told her, no, Ma, you're staying with family, that would have hurt her. That would have hurt her. It's a whole different thing when the individual makes their choice. And I tell people that now. Don't try to make my choices for me. At 65 years old, I don't want somebody making choices for me. I want to make my own choices. And I would just like people to support whatever choice I make. I'm not somebody else. So don't try to make me into somebody else. But everybody else does this and that. I'm not everybody else. I'm me. And I would just like people to respect my choices and my decisions, about myself. Oh yeah, Ryan. Yeah. That happened with one of my grandfathers. They said he wasn't doing well. They figured he only had a few days left. So I zipped out there, drove out to where he was at, the hospital he was in, and sat with him in his room for, 3, 4, or 5 hours. I was only 16 years old at the time. And he said, you need to get going. He said, shouldn't you be working right now? I said, no, the boss gave me time off. Told me I could come and see you. And he said, well, you should be at work. That's his old school work ethic. And I told him, I said, Grandpa, if that makes you happy, I'll go to work, but hate to leave you here alone. And he said, no, you need to go to work. And he said, I probably won't see you again. And I said, oh no, I'll be back. He says, you'll be back, but I probably won't see you again. I left. That was rather late in the day. And the next morning he was gone. Yeah. there was no opportunity to go back see him again. And he knew it. He knew it was coming. And they expected him to live for 3 to 6 more days. And no, he just wanted to say goodbye to a couple of us, and he was out of here. So, yeah. Yeah, when all you have left is one close family member, the feelings change up quite a bit as you start losing too many people too tight to you. Your outlook starts getting a little different. But I'll tell you what, this YouTube family, a couple of my kids, a few of the medical staff, but the majority of my success through this trip with cancer, I am not kidding when I say from July 27th all the way until about August 15th, I didn't think I'd see you folks ever again. But I started watching. I couldn't chat. I couldn't get on a panel. I started watching. Then I got brave and I popped up on a panel. Then I got super brave within a couple days of that and did a live stream. Here we are. Yep. You guys helped drag me out of that ditch that I had dug myself into because of the misery, you know? Yep. Hey, there's Jay Ron. Good to see you. That's how Mom wanted it to be. We stayed by her bedside until it was time to get back to work. If we didn't work, she'd be pissed. He's talking about my sister.
Oh,
Yeah, he's my nephew.
okay.
He's been down that road. His mother, she finally succumbed to cancer. She had years and years of fighting those health issues, and she fought the good fight, man. She fought the good fight. That's why we lost her, and I lost my brother also to cancer. So when they told me that when they diagnosed me with stage 3 esophageal cancer, I said, that's it. That is the end of the road. Nope. I guess the old world still got some plans for me. I keep telling myself that I can't even believe myself that I said, oh, they're saying I could live another 5 to 20 years if I go through all these steps that they're talking. I wasn't thinking how bad those steps would really be. I was just thinking 5 to 20. And they told me for a year I'll have to be going through this stuff. Well, it turns out it's more like 18 months, almost 2 years. But at that time, I told them, I said, so my sentence will be life for 5 to 20 if I'm willing to put in 12 months up front. And they said, yeah. And I said, that's a sentence I'll take. That's a life sentence I'll take, 5 to 20. I wasn't even thinking about what kind of misery it was going to be. And then as I started to think things over, and they lied to me. I'm honest about it. They lied to me. They said, well, you've been through open heart surgery, man. You've been there. You've been split open and had all this done and blah, blah, and you recovered from that. This is going to be about the same. This is going to be about the same. Bullshit. They lied to me. They lied to me. Or that's what they believed. they're just naive and that's what they believe. I'd rather go through that open heart surgery 3 times before I go through this once. Yeah. Oh, Native Kutsa, I love you, girl. You know that. You know that. Bradley says this stream would not be great without you. You're what keeps us coming back for more. Hey, you guys. Yeah, Ryan saying I want to go before my mama, but it's not his decision. Isn't that the truth? Isn't that the truth? The J-Ron says God's miracle is unfolding for you. Your faith and community are bringing you through this. I'm not surprised why you're doing so well. After all, you've got Wilkes blood flowing through them veins. Right? Yeah, that's the old family blood. Yeah. It's really odd in our family. We had 2 extremes, literally on both sides of the family, my mother's and my father's. On my father's side, we had people dying early of heart problems, strokes, blah, blah, blah. But we also had these folks saw great longevity. They were in their 80s, 90s when they passed away. On my mother's side, on her side, her mother's family, I think I can't remember which one it was. One, either she had 9 siblings or my grandpa had 9. One of them had 9, one had 11. So they're big farm families. Well, on my grandmother's side, the majority of those people all died from heart problems and things of that nature. Some of them, but they had pretty good longevity, usually in their late 70s all the way to 90. Well, my grandmother lived to be 97. Well, and my mother lived to be 87. On my dad's side, he passed away young. He was 46 or 47 years old. But on my mother's father's side, all of his siblings all died of cancer, and he died of cancer. Now that's insane. You got over 10 people in the same family all died of cancer. So we can almost see where the heart problems and the cancer problems and everything come from through our bloodlines. And it's like, I feel like the United States, the melting pot. I've gone down, I'm diabetic, I've got heart disease, I went through the open heart surgery thing, and then I got the damn cancer, and I had to go through all that surgery, get rid of the cancer. I have all these things that both sides of the damn family passed down to me, but I've beaten all of them. I even had a stroke. I had what they considered a mini stroke back in the 1990s. And so I've had all the symptoms, all of the nasty health problems that our families dealt with through generations. I've had them all, but I beat every one of them. And I ask myself every day, why? Why in the hell do I have to survive this shit? Everybody else gets to call it quits. But for some reason, it just goes on and on and on. And now I'm out of ideas of what the heck. There's nothing left in our family history that I haven't had. So maybe it's over. Maybe that end of it is over. I went through it. And I wonder if I hadn't brought it on to myself, because I lived my whole life with, I want to experience life, everything. I want to experience everything that's out there. I mean, in a weird way, you wouldn't have believed it back in the day when Sty was Disco Don out there. I mean, I'm cruising around in the goddamn, the satin shirts, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, there's old Disco Don, you know. You wouldn't picture Sty that way. Yeah. But I bet I wanted to experience everything. Always felt that way. If it's something I haven't experienced, by God, I want to experience it. I should have been careful because I got to experience the heart thing, the stroke thing, the diabetic thing, now the cancer thing. That's bullshit. There were some things I did not want to experience, but I got to anyway. Yeah, I got to experience it all. Hey, Ryan. No. You don't have to be doing that, buddy. You don't have to be doing that. I can shout out your comment without that. You don't have to do that. Sorry.
Someone's being demanding.
Yeah. You gotta have your attention, you know.
She's a pain. She only does this when I'm in here or doing this, and which is very rare anymore. So it's like, nope, you're supposed to be hanging with me, Mom. And
Oh my gosh.
Start biting on my chair or my hand.
Look at this. It took him a while, but he finally got out of makeup and he's ready to go live here.
I'm here for the girl. Give me the girl.
Hey, Mike.
I want the girl.
I want the girl. Give me the girl.
I'll give you the dog. You can take the dog. No. Oh, if I did that, Wolfie would kill me anyway. He's got dibs. No,
I'm gonna explode.
Oh.
Hey, Sam, how you doing?
The company you keep, Mike.
What happens when you live alone for years?
Did you send him out to go do some scrapping for you?
Laying here on the floor.
Laying there on the floor, yeah.
Don't be messing with my woman.
Yeah, it's good to see you there, brother.
Rough week.
Been a rough week, eh?
Mm-hmm. I just over on a couple other panels too.
Oh yeah?
We'll say hi to Sty before he leaves. Yeah.
That's cool. I'm glad you popped up. It's great to see you, man. Yeah, doing this just once a week, you know. I miss people because Sunday afternoons are tough for some folks. They got family things going on and stuff. And Bradley loves your new makeover. Yeah,
That wasn't me.
that wasn't him. That wasn't him. That was his better brother.
Uh-huh. I don't think I had a better brother.
That
My brothers were worse than me.
That was Michael Myers.
yeah. My brother, in some ways, he was much worse than me. In other ways, he was much better than me. So he kind of broke even, you know, in his life. He managed to break even. So his life, he could say, yeah, I was the worst and I was the best, you know. So he broke even. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure at the pearly gates, they said, oh, that was bad. Oh, but that was awful good. Oh, that was bad. Oh, but he did this too. That was good. And that old scale just kept going like this, up and down with him, back and forth, back and forth. As long as they didn't do all the bad first, because that thing would have just, you would have broke the scale, you know. Yeah, they'd have to get it repaired before they could weigh the good. So if they did each good and bad thing separately, it would be hopping up and down. And I'm pretty sure it broke even, that his life broke even. Yeah. But he was a nightmare after the Nam era. He was a nightmare. I was just a young teenager, and him and I, when he got back from the military, him and I just couldn't see eye to eye 90% of the time, and too many drunken fistfights and the like. And I wasn't the drunk one. so, and he was a tough little bugger at the time. Yeah.
Ryan, I don't remember you. I'm sorry. Name don't sound familiar.
Ryan doesn't?
But I got a message for Sam.
You do?
Which he's paying attention. Yeah, I don't remember Ryan. I don't know. I got a
What'd you
message
say?
for you, Sam. I got a message for you.
What? Ah, that's cute. I love you too.
Hey, Bradley, watch it there. Watch it there. I was the baby of the family.
Yeah, you don't
And they
remember,
used
right?
my siblings used to always say I was spoiled rotten and I got away with murder and blah blah blah. No, I was just smarter than them, and I'm sorry, it ain't my fault that they just they didn't know how to play the game, because my mom, I never seen my brother or my two sisters ever get a whooping from my mom. And I got one every week at a minimum. And one time she whooped my ass. And I said, but Ma, what did I do? She says, nothing yet. She said, I just want to get it out of the way. She says, so you got a freebie coming. Because she knew damn well I was going to do something that deserved a whooping. And so this, because of the baby of the family thing, that doesn't always hold true. It didn't with me growing up. Baby of the family. They all wanted to be tougher on me for some damn reason. And I can remember, yeah, we're going to go out and your little brother needs to be babysat. All my siblings, no, screw him. We ain't going to babysit his ass. Yeah, little monster. We ain't going to babysit him. Ain't going to do it. He can take care of himself, and that was it. I mean, by the time I was 7, 8 years old, it was, you're on your own, boy. We're going out. Your sister and brothers are going out. Yeah, you're on your own. Say what? I don't get a babysitter? No, you're on your own, pal. Yeah.
I got the last laugh on my 3 brothers because they said I'd be the first to die, and they all died before me. So, ha.
Oh, my gosh.
All 3 of them. I'm the last of the Mohicans.
Last of the Mohicans.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'm good to go now. I won.
You won?
I won. I'm good to go.
Well, that was, other than my sister, that's why I say, God willing, she'll outlive me. But I've outlived all of this calamity, and I should have been dead easily 25 years ago. So the last 25 years, yeah, I've been living on prayer and a song, man.
I have me, my daughter, granddaughter, and an aunt. That's it. And my aunt's like 150,000. Drop any minute now.
The girls there, they could pass it on. It's not like my one daughter.
No.
Her children, most of her children, they have estranged fathers, and she named them after the family name. She wouldn't let the fathers influence her in giving them their father's name. And so they're passing on the family name, at least that way, And so that was, I just like, oh, okay, I'm good with that. But it's hard to believe when I look back. There were 4 of us kids in my family. I don't even know. Okay, my brother, I think he had 5. My sister had 3. I had 4. But I'll never forget my grandfather on my mother's side. He told me and my brother, you take it after my dad passed away. He says, take a good look at yourselves, the family name. He says, both of you are worthless. He said, your family is going to come to an end. Your legacy's over. It's down to the 2 of you. That's it. Your family's done. It's gone. Well, between me and my brother, we increased this family 20-fold. I mean, I got 16 grandkids, and I got 3 great grandkids, 1 on the way. Yeah, the family, just on my side. Boom. And then on my brother's side, same there. Whole mess of grandkids there. Yeah. So our name just grew, our family. He said it's just down to your dad, and then he had you 2 boys, but you 2 boys are worthless. You'll never have children, but he was so proud of my mother's maiden name that, oh yeah, our family's going to just keep growing and growing. It was a huge family coming out of Czechoslovakia and Germany, and nope. Their family size actually shrunk, so they're down to maybe 8 to 12 with that family name, where we've got everybody in my family. That name got passed quite a bit. So, yeah, you get
one more family member, because as you can see, I only have 1 sperm left. So, who will receive it?
I'll tell you what, that sperm's getting close to needing a walker by now.
Yeah,
too.
I know. I mean, I wouldn't mind a baby with like purple hair. That'd be cool.
Purple-haired babies.
Yeah.
That's better than purple-faced babies.
That's true.
That little bugger ain't breathing. No, it was born that way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Purple-faced with white hair. Little ass backwards, but oh well.
It'll be all right.
Hey, Cody's Country, good to see ya.
I'm done playing with these.
Hey, hang on, you 2. I got to run this real quick. It's less than 1 minute. It's only about 50 seconds long. I got to do this for my channel members. You betcha. Just hang tight. Oh, it's great, folks. It's their contributions that help me keep the channel up and running. And any of my updates and upgrades, it all comes from those great members. Yeah. Robert and Joe, the purple people eaters. Yeah, one-eyed, one-horn, flying purple people eaters.
She's getting her.
I got the 45. The original 45. We bought that bugger back at like 1964 or something like that. And I've still got it. It's out in our shed in storage. And I'm surprised. I played that bugger a couple years ago. This is the last time I played it on the turntable, and it sounded like $1 million. And I tell you what, that sucker should be wore out. When I was a kid, man, I bet you we played that thing 4 or 5 times every day of every year for 5, 6 years. I mean, it should be wore out. But no, still comes through just good. That's like I got the original 45 of that song, They're Coming to Take Me Away.
Uh-huh.
I love that. Man, when I was a kid, first time we heard that song, they played that song on the radio. My dad, I'd never seen him laugh so hard. He loved that song. He loved that song. Yeah. Coming to take me away, to the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time with trees and flowers and wonderful people are coming to take me away. That's what I would be singing if they're going to haul me to my daughter's house for Christmas. That I'm telling you, yeah.
Yeah, 42 kids.
It's a nut house, man. It's a nut house. She's getting it thinned out though. She's got 4 of them that don't live at home now. 4 of the 11 don't live at home. So he's got her down to 7 kids at home. Oh, that poor little girl. You know, they removed my feeding tube. Here, I got to tell you this. They removed that feeding tube from me, right? Got rid of it. Well, my whole damn house is full of stuff that relates to feeding tubes. You know, I got the IV pole and pumps and bags that you put the food in and all these accessories and shit. Every time I see some of that shit, and I come across like every day for the last few days, and I've got these tote bags, and I just grab that shit and I'm filling these tote bags with all that tube feeding shit. I don't need none of that shit. My little sweet little granddaughter, Fawn, she's only a couple years old. They put a feeding tube in her a couple days ago.
Oh.
Well, they put the feeding tube in her, I believe it was Thursday, day before they took mine out. I talked to her mother, I think it was Friday night. Got all the details on how the little girl's doing. It's not as hard on that little girl as it is on her poor mother. Her mother trying to deal with this feeding tube and making sure the little girl's getting enough nutrition and everything. It's just, oh man, it's a full-time job for her. Well, I got to talking to her about this little girl's feeding tube equipment. Guess what? She's got a different type of tube than what I had. She's got what they call a G tube, where it goes right into the stomach, where mine was a J tube, goes into the intestine. But that little girl, it's all the exact same equipment and supplies I had to use. I've got $167 worth of those feeding bags, brand new, sterile feeding bags. I've got tons of supplies. So I'm bagging all that up, and I'm going to take it down to my daughter probably the end of this month, the end of October, or the first week or second week of November. Going to run down there and visit for a couple days and take all those supplies down to her, because that little girl is going to be on that feeding tube long term. They figure if she ever comes off of it, it'll be a few years. She's going to be on it probably anywhere from 3 to 5 years in the best case. That's all the longer she'll be on it. She may be on a feeding tube the rest of her life. We don't know. But
it's hard to see kids like that.
Yeah. And I was just thrilled because I've been working with the locals here who can take this stuff and donate it to somebody that needs it. And then all of a sudden, boom, someone right in my family, you know. Yeah. And especially my little granddaughter. I mean, yeah. Hey, Alexander, Old Country Homesteading. It's good to see you. I'm doing very well. Very well. Now I'm doing very well. Delta 9? What's Delta 9? Ryan discovered Delta 9 recently. What's Delta 9? I don't know.
From Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm from Earth. I don't know. I've never left this planet, so
Almost.
That's why I've been telling people lately on YouTube. Some of these people, boy, they're the authority on cancer and diabetes and everything. And I've finally, I know it's pretty cynical, but then I'm old. Oh, okay. Delta 9 is a THC microdose that seems to have medicinal benefits without a high. Okay, yep. But I'm at that point now where somebody starts pounding on me. Oh, you got to look out for this and look out for that. Yeah, this is the truth about this and the truth about that. And getting these, I won't argue with people anymore. I just go. I had somebody preaching to me about esophageal cancer, right, the other day, and I said, "Oh my Lord, you had it? You went through that?" Well, no, I haven't had cancer.
You don't know shit.
And I said, well, I was wondering because you're sorely mistaken about a couple of things you said. And they said, just because you've had the cancer, all of a sudden you're the authority. And I said, yeah, in our conversation, you've never experienced it, but I lived through it. So yes, I'm the authority in this conversation.
Yeah.
So you can kiss my ass. Anything you have to say is just an unproven opinion. Everything I got to say is life's experience. So you can just kiss my ass. Don't even go there. Why even have this conversation with me? If you've been down that road, let's talk. Let's see what your experience was like compared to mine. And even then, people that have been through stuff like that are the first to admit, I went through the exact same surgery, but my experience was worse or my experience was better, because they're all different. We're all different people. And nobody out there should ever think that they're the authority on something unless they've lived it and experienced it firsthand, Yep.
So you're eating better now?
Yeah, I eat whatever I want. I had
no problems.
No problems. The only problem is volume. I can't get enough in me to hit that 3,000 calorie mark. Just can't do it. That's like I went and picked another one of these up, but I get these blueberry muffins from Quick Trip. 480 calories in one of these muffins. I'll have that one about every third day. I have one for breakfast. My breakfasts are usually biscuits and gravy or the sausage, bacon, egg, potato, cheddar cheese breakfast bowls from Jimmy Dean's, because there's 710 calories, man.
Those things are good.
Oh, they taste excellent. But you get 48% of your salt for the day.
Yeah.
In one. So
every morning I eat breakfast. I eat the old man breakfast. I think of you. Oatmeal. Oatmeal and toast. That's my breakfast every morning.
I still eat my oatmeal, but
you know when you start eating that shit every freaking morning like a routine.
I have my oatmeal mid-morning. I have my breakfast right away when I get up. I chow down, have my breakfast, try to hit with my coffee with all the creamer in it, and I'll have 16 ounces of chocolate or strawberry milk, because there's 420 calories in that. Then I'll have about 400 to 700 calories in a meal. And then a couple hours after that, then I'll have some oatmeal with, I usually throw freeze-dried fruit in it, strawberries, blueberries, that kind of thing. And Some brown sugar and butter.
I put a little brown sugar in it.
But I have my oatmeal every day too. The fiber's good for you, man. Oatmeal's it's a heart food, you know.
Yeah, I don't have no problems in the fiber department, believe me.
That's where
it's like clockwork.
That's where the diet I'm on now, where I eat all damn day long. I do these streams and I go for 2 hours without eating. Well, if I wasn't doing this stream, well, the last couple of weeks I've been doing 4 hours, you know. Well, I don't eat during that 4 hours. You should see me afterwards, man. I just, as quick as it's finally coming out of my stomach, going into the intestine, I'm putting it right in on top of it. And I can tell when I'm getting full up. I mean, it's like the food is right up here at the bottom of my neck. And it's like, there's just no room to swallow anymore. The pressure is right there. And so I got to wait for it to go down a ways. Then I just keep stacking it, keep going until about midnight, you know. I make up for it, you know.
It sounds like one of my old girlfriends. No room to swallow anymore.
Hey, Ryan, thanks so much. Thanks so much. But I just
I'm gonna fucking drown. Shit.
I wish, you know, I want to do Schwann's. We just don't have the freezer space. So,
Schwann's, never heard of it.
Yeah, yeah, you should try that someday, there, Mike.
Yeah, give me info on that. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, I got to get our back porch cleaned out before Running Water comes home for Christmas, because I'm hoping Christmas for a house Christmas gift. We get a little floor freezer for back in that back porch. Then I can start getting Schwann's. And
also, I'd give you the one I got. It's like 7 cubic foot, nice little chest freezer. Man,
that's it.
I bought it, and I don't know why I bought it, because I got it at a good price. Brand new.
Yeah. Bradley, that's funny. Yeah, that's the way all of us feel about finding each other on here. Yeah, those little floor freezers are handy as hell, man. Yeah. My mother had one when she passed away. My sister was the executor of her estate, and I'm pretty sure her and my brother-in-law got that little freezer. I would have liked to have just had what was in it, man. My mother just about lived on Schwann's. I mean, that little floor freezer was packed to the top. You go to her house and, what's for breakfast? Oh, I got everything that Schwann's makes for breakfast. Yeah. What's for dinner? I got everything Schwann's makes for dinner. Oh, and by the way, do you want ice cream?
Right.
I got every ice cream they make.
I think last Thanksgiving or Christmas, they had a bundle, you know, the ham and a ton of crap. It was like $109, but Jesus, the amount of stuff you got with it, it was ridiculous. It was like a 25 or 30 pound ham, bone-in ham, and I mean all the sides, and like Jesus. Yeah,
it was a family meal.
Yeah,
all in one kit, one big package of Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner. I remember that. I was looking at everything that was included in that, and I'm like, holy God, it's like a holiday smorgasbord, for God's sakes.
Oh, and
it had so many things.
My daughter took a shitload home, and you know, they have like they put the pies in there and everything. It's like the whole And the Schwann stuff is all pre-cooked, so you just have to heat it up.
That's what I thought right away was, how sweet is that, man?
Yeah.
That's all of that is just warm-up food.
Yep.
And then there were cold items that you keep cold. Mm-hmm. You just thaw them out. That's it. And I mean, yeah, when I saw that, I thought, where in the hell were those kind of deals when I was raising my family, man? holiday meals, that meant I was spending 8 hours in the kitchen every holiday, you know.
And people think, oh, it's frozen food, it's not that good. It's all, when it's cooked, it's fresh food. I have yet to get anything from them that I've not liked.
I was addicted to, and that I've been craving them, is their frozen omelets.
Yeah.
You pop that bugger in the microwave, and it's like you just took it out of the frying pan, man.
Mm-hmm.
That they had the sausage with the 2 or 3 cheeses. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
God, I love them. Oh, geez. Yeah, see, now you're going to drive me nuts. It's a long time to the end of December,
Yeah, you'll be all right.
I might make it. I might make it.
My freezer. That's like my neighbor says, well, their stuff's expensive. I said, because you're paying for convenience. They drop it off at your freaking door. What more do you want?
You don't have to go shopping.
Nope.
Plus, like you were saying, the way Schwann's food is made, it's minutes away from eating. It's always just minutes away from eating. It's not, I got to spend an hour in the kitchen. No, you're just minutes away from eating. And yeah, that the amount more that you're going to pay for Schwann's, really, you're going to spend it in gas and your time and headache. Yeah, it's not a bad deal. It's just not a bad. And what I like too is your Schwann's, the people out here on the road that are dropping that shit off. That's how they make their living, is on their customer base. It's all based on how many customers and how much food they actually get out there.
Yeah.
So you're they're virtually working on commissions, and I always give my driver a tip every time he comes too. So I did the same thing, man. I had to. Because to me, it was just like a waitress or waiter at the restaurant, man.
Yeah,
they're doing me a service. I'll tip them.
Yeah, and my delivery guy, even if I don't order anything, he'll still stop by in case I want something. Salesman, because they say, well, we got this new item here, and he has it in his freaking hand, so he knows I'm going to buy it off him.
Yeah,
whether I want it or not.
I had my last Schwann's delivery guy back when we were getting Schwann's. He would do that to me, and there were occasions when he'd go, he'd bring all the stuff in, And that guy, he'd carry it right in my house, set it on the kitchen table for me. I didn't even have to take it at the door. He just said, hold the door, and he'd come through and set it on the table. And he'd go through, do the count, make sure everything's there. And I go, well, what's that? And he'd go, that's a new item. I just want you to give that a try. And out the door he'd go, just quicker than shit.
Yep.
And I'd look at my receipt. He didn't charge me for it. And I'd try it, and he really got to know my taste. And I would just like, oh my God, was that good? Was that good? Yeah, sure shit. What happens next order? I'm ordering 8 or 10 of them. And he's like, yeah, that worked, didn't it? Hey, Kathy.
They're pretty slick.
Yeah.
They're pretty slick. Kathy Bates. I want to spank Kathy Bates.
I bet you do. Listen to you. Aren't you terrible?
I want to.
Hey, Bradley. He's taking a trip to the water. You have a great night and week yourself there, Bradley. Hopefully you can catch us next Sunday, too. Love having you over here in the chat, pal. And my prayers are going out to your family, bud. Your family needs your family needs a lot of it.
Yeah, he's going through some rough stuff too.
Everyone says it's going to be hard to find turkey this year. And that's weird because we've got Genio and Tyson's right here in Wisconsin, and down there what is that, Cumberland, the big, I think that's a Tyson, or maybe it's it's Genio. all the turkey farmers down in Wisconsin, they're thrilled, man. They're thrilled that Jenny was saying, "Hey, we'll take all your turkeys, man." They're not, yeah, they want all the turkeys they can get their hands on, but the farmers they're like, man, if I lose 10 turkeys, it's a big chunk of change because the feed and the utility costs to raise those turkeys have gotten so outrageous that these farmers aren't making shit on them right now.
Yeah.
But Genio they're jacking the prices up. You're not going to find, I really doubt you're going to find turkeys for 98 cents a pound if you buy $20 of something else.
Right.
Like we used to, less than $1 a pound. You ain't going to see that shit anymore.
Let me know when you're ready, Kathy. You're just a little ways down the road from me. I'll squeeze you in.
I'll squeeze you in.
Squeeze you in.
I'm glad you
doing an Ohio trip Wednesday. So look out, Kathy. I might be heading your way.
Don't you be squeezing anything in anywhere. You only got one of them little fellas left, you got.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm not gonna waste on Kathy. That's kind of reserved for Sam. I have priorities,
Yeah. There you go, Alexander. That's right. Yeah, go out and shoot yourself a wild turkey. Cost you $1.50 for the shell. Yeah.
Yeah, here you go.
Yep. That's for the whole damn turkey. That's not a pound. That's just for one turkey.
Yep.
That's what. Oh my God! These guys I've hunted with over the years. It drove them nuts. I had the same old Marlin lever action 30-30 as my go-to deer rifle, and I had fancier firearms than that, but that was my go-to deer rifle. The woods I hunt in, it's all brush. I mean, you want a short barrel carbine kind of rifle anyway. 30 caliber is all you need. Drop a deer right then and there. And some of these guys, I mean, by the time they pay for their hunting license, the fuel in their rigs, all the snacks and beer and everything they're buying for hunting season, and they're looking at $12, $14 a pound for that venison with everything they're spending. They get bent out of shape with me. I tell them, I said, well, I'm getting my venison for about $4 a pound because all I do is put gas in my truck, bring my old 30-30 and stick a round that I bought 15 years ago for 45 cents in the chamber, and I come home with, after butchering, 40, 50 pounds of deer meat. I said, so I'm paying less than a third of what you're paying for that same deer meat. You guys are nuts. And then if I'm real lucky and the state has open tags for does, that one season, and they were trying to clear the herd out, it got huge. And they that year I got 9 doe tags.
Wow.
And my buck tag, and I got all 10 deer that year. On one outing, out of those 10 deer, I got 5 of them that one day. So it's just the cost of gas to drive 25 miles from where I lived, and 5 rounds of ammo. I might have had $10 invested in the whole trip, but I had 5 deer to butcher when I got home, and that was some cheap meat, man. That was just, yeah. But yeah, that's the amazing thing about deer, venison, and wild turkeys and things of that nature. Those are some of the few things that aren't created in a grocery store.
Yeah.
These damn people. I heard someone just about a week ago say, I don't understand why I go to the store and the meat racks are half empty. Why don't they just make more? I said, what do you mean make more? Well, for crying out loud, they were making enough meat before all of this happened. I said, you don't make meat, you raise it. And then you butcher it and you put it on the shelf. What do you mean? I said, you do know where all that meat's coming from, don't you? It's coming from farmers. And they got to kill that animal, butcher it. Then they package it and put it on the shelf. Well, that's kind of barbaric, I said, well, that's a fact of life, Jack.
Yeah.
Been
like that for years.
And I'll tell you what, anybody that thinks that package of meat was created by the store, they got a whole guess coming, boy. Yeah.
That's kind of freaking weird. People would think that.
Yeah, old country. Yeah, dragging them deer out of some of them woods. See, that's where here, there's certain areas, we got what we call the barrens, and that's what I hunt. There's certain areas up there, a lot of flat ground. Well, it's not really flat, but it's slight rolling kind of land. It's easy dragging. Other parts of it, holy shit, deep ravines and wooded thick. You can shoot a deer, especially if you shoot a buck. You never drag a deer out backwards. You always drag them by the head. Well, you got a buck with a big rack on him. It's a bitch through that brush. I mean, them horns are catching on every little sapling. I learned real quick out in Montana. I learned, I always got a tarp in my backpack with me when I'm hunting. Yeah. I wrap that deer in a tarp and he zips out of the woods easier than hell. The only problem is when you're in that hilly, raviney kind of crap, up and down them hills with a damn deer. Oh yeah, it's a bitch. It's a bitch. Those kind of areas, I never take the high ground to hunt. I'm in the low ground shooting up. I do not want to shoot them down in those damn ravines.
Yeah, it'd be a bitch pulling them up.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexander. Yeah, there's a lot of folks that haven't. They've been sheltered from the whole process of how do we eat? Where does it come from? They don't have a clue. We had a little farm down central Wisconsin years ago. The ex-wife and I, all of our kids were just little buggers, little guys. In fact, Running Water was only 5 or 6 years old at the time. And I did it 3 times, I think. I'd get 3 kids out of inner city Chicago. They'd bus them up to me, and they'd spend a full week with us on the farm. And I had horses, I had a beef steer, and I had a milk cow, and geese, and chickens, and goats. I had little harness ponies. I had these awesome little 4-wheel carts that I could put them kids on the cart with me, harness up the pony and take pony rides through town on the cart. But they bring those kids up. And the one time, the 3 kids they brought up, it was hilarious. This kid jumps out of that van and he goes, "Look at the big ducks." And he goes running across. He's heading right towards my big African geese. Now, those geese beat the living hell out of my father-in-law. Just about bit his nuts off.
Yeah.
That one goose got him in the crotch and wouldn't let go. And these geese were huge. I butchered one of them, and he weighed out 28 pounds, dressed, totally butchered. He was 28-pounder. They were big geese, man. And this kid's running to them geese, and I'm yelling at him, no, 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 no. And it was too late, man. The 2 big ganders attacked him. They knocked that kid on the ground. They were beating him with their wings and pecking at him. And I ran over and chased them off of him and got the kid up. And thank God the bruises were gone by the time the kid went home, because those geese bruised the shit out of the kid. And the kid's like, "Those are nasty ducks." I said, "They're geese. They're not ducks. They're geese." Well, then he saw one of our goats and he goes, what the, and I mean, this kid is like 9 years old. And he goes, what the hell is that? And I go, that's a goat. He goes, I want to take one home. I go, what are you? Well, and it wasn't a very old goat. It wasn't a little kid yet, but it was about middle-aged. So it was kind of a half-pint goat. And he goes, oh, I'd love to take that home. Where I live in Chicago, if I had that thing, I'd tie it up in the alley by our house, and all the drunks and homeless be running out of there screaming, it's the biggest rat we've seen yet. I said, you are terrible, man. You are terrible. But these kids didn't have a clue about the true nature of things. And man, they learned how to ride horse. They learned how to feed and take care of the livestock we had around the place. And they learned that it was all right to get dirty, because you start out the morning clean, and that's why you need a good hot bath at the end of the day, because you're not going to get clean the rest of the day. And those kids would just get filthy on the farm, man. And twice I had two kids that there were two of them, different stays, but I had two of them where they had fits. I mean, they had actual tantrum fits when they were trying to load them back up in the van and take them home.
Oh, really? They want to go?
They did not want to go. Yeah, Alexander, them inner city kids for show and tell, drag a goat in the classroom. Look at what I found.
Look what Uncle Sty gave me.
Yeah. The funnest part was these kids, the boys, because it was usually the one time it was one boy, two girls. The other two times it was two boys and a girl. But the boys, they read about stuff and they watch TV. And I got these little ponies out there, these Shetlands, and most of them were Shetlands. And I did have some POAs, Ponies of America. They're too short to be a horse, too tall to be a pony. And I had one POA that he had awesome paint horse style markings on him. He was black and white, but he was the nastiest little thing in the world, man. He was a nasty little horse. Them kids would always run right to him. And I want to ride that horse. And finally, I gave it, yeah, go ahead. Try it. Oh, yeah. They're out there being cowboys. And the nice thing about that horse is it wouldn't stomp you or intentionally kick you or nothing, But the boys would, I'm going to ride that horse before I leave this place. And I'd slap them on my big Appaloosa that I had. Janie, she was a sweet horse. And she was my parade horse. And that one I had the full, it was a beautiful shine black show saddle and rigging and everything. She was sweet looking when she was geared up. And I get her all geared up and let the kids ride her in the corral and on the place. And she wouldn't hurt a fly. And they're out there with this beautiful parade horse, high stepping it. They're just hotter than shit. Then they go try to ride Stormy, and he'd kick the shit out of them, But those kids, they just loved it. And it made me feel so good that they were getting that experience that they would have never in their lives had. And they said, we can't wait to go home and tell them that we got to help butcher chickens and that we ate them. We get to go home and tell them we collected eggs and we ate them. And they said, we never knew that's the way that stuff was gotten, Yeah. Gardening, man. I had a couple of those kids. They lived in the damn garden. I taught them how to go in and weed and how to pick. And
sounds like child labor to me.
I did get a lot of work done around the place.
Mhm.
All I had to do was feed them. Well, the way I saw it was they're feeding themselves because they're doing the work,
Yep.
Hey, Kirk.
It's good to see you, Tim.
I thought you were waving at me, Sam. Damn it. I got all excited for a minute.
I had
You
to go
got
deal
it.
with the bunny cage because I'm rehoming Piper today. This lady has a bunny farm right up the road, literally. And yeah, so I put her on Craigslist and she answered almost immediately.
Oh, neat.
Get rid of her.
There you go.
I have nowhere to put her here, and it's just, it's time. She's, not fixed either and breedable, and this is like, it works.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll let her take her.
Don't you have a big pot?
A big pot.
Don't you have
Some-
a big pot?
And some Hassenpfeffer.
Yeah, that's true.
Nothing like a little Hassenpfeffer.
Yeah.
Just don't tell the kid what we're eating.
Yeah. Get a meal out of it. Damn.
Yeah.
I gotta teach her everything.
You can't do it. You're not supposed to name the one you're going to eat. You're not. Yeah.
No. you
The
can't.
minute you name them, somebody's going to say, "I'm not eating them." Uh-uh.
That's why I never want to know girlfriends' names.
my kids and my ex-wife, they broke the cardinal rule and they named two of our pigs, Lenny and Squiggy.
Oh shit.
And damn kids wouldn't eat Lenny and Squiggy. The wife did, but the kids wouldn't eat. No. What's for dinner? And I always made the fatal error. We're having Lenny tonight. Mom, I'll have peanut butter and jelly. I'm not eating Lenny. Oh, shut up. My sister did that with back in the day when I was little. Every drugstore, Ben Franklin, man, they were one of the biggest ones. You could go there and get yellow, pink, blue, green, red baby chickens or baby rabbits. And people wondered how the hell did they get a yellow or they take a baby chick. They're typically yellow, but they can make them bright yellow. But how do they take that little yellow chick and turn that sucker blue? Well, what they do is they inject the egg during the incubation with blue food coloring, and it goes right to their feathers. It doesn't hurt the bird. It just goes right to their feathers. Well, as they shed out that down that they're born with, then their feathers come in white. Well, they do the same thing with the baby rabbits. Is they don't give them plain water. They give them nothing but water with heavy food coloring in it, and their white fur will turn the color of that food coloring. Well, when I was a kid, you go into the Ben Franklin store and they had these great big display bins full of all these colored baby chicks and baby bunnies. Anybody could buy one, The baby chicks, they're like 50 cents a piece, Everybody had to buy a baby chick. Well, my sister, she got herself, I can't remember, it was 2 or 4 of them. And, well, they grew up. She named them, of course. And my dad got tired of listening to them chickens outside. Had to build a pen for them and everything. And he got tired of feeding them. So I come home from school one day, and I got home before my sister did. He goes, "Go catch me one of them chickens out of the pen, bring it over here." So I did. Come running over. "Here it is, Dad." He says, "Hang on to his feet. Don't let go." I hang on to his feet. That's when I realized there's a big chunk of firewood and a hatchet sitting there. He grabs that chicken by the head, pulls it out, cuts its head off. He says, "Pitch him!" And I throw, and he's flopping all over. I go, "Whoa, Dad, that was pretty cool." all of a sudden we hear this blood-curdling scream. My sister just got off the bus. And we're butchering her chickens. It was years before she would eat chicken. Oh my God. My dad, he had no problem making something with that chicken. Boy, we butchered what chickens were there. And they were all my sister's little, once cute little baby chicks. But yeah, we had good dinner. It was pretty good. But some people just can't handle it. They say don't name your food. Don't name your food, because you're gonna regret it. You're gonna regret it. Right away my family, they got to name everything. Milk cow they called Lena, and my steer they called him Samson. Big old black steer. And Samson, yeah. When I had him butchered. You're not making that chili with Samson, are you? No, I went to the store and bought hamburger instead of using that freezer full that we got.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, kids, but you are going to eat Samson or you're going hungry. But they did learn naming those animals. It's not, you can't name something you're going to eat. Well, they named our two cats, a Siamese cat and this big fuzzy black and white cat we had. They named the black and white cat Beef because he looked like a Holstein, white and black Holstein cow. So they called him Beef. Well, I don't know why they named that crazy ass, nasty Siamese cat. They named him Barley. Well, I was transitioning from one job to another, and there was going to be a period about a month and a half where I wasn't going to be working. So I'm telling the family one night before dinner, I'm telling them that, I'm going through a transition. It's going to be about a month and a half before we got a paycheck coming in the house. I said, so I want everybody back off on I want this, I want that, spending extra money. We got to tighten things up just for about a month and a half. And one of the kids, all four of them sitting there at the table, one of them says, well, what if you don't have enough money for us to eat? I said, we'll always be able to eat. I said, it might get bad enough where we got to have beef and barley soup, but we'll always eat. I thought it would take a while for them to catch on. Well, they fucking got it right then and there. It was beef and barley soup. We're not, no. We're not eating soup. Don't eat any soup that Dad makes. No. Yeah. Beef and barley. Yeah, worst comes, we can. You name and you want to name food? Yeah, that just put the cats on the menu. You went and had to name the cat. Poor kids.
Terrible father doing that to him.
Yeah, I'm surprised my kids turned out.
I would have did the same thing though.
That's it,
Except
it's
they
like
had beef and barley.
that's my daughter with the 11 kids.
Oh wow.
She's had social workers say to her, I can't believe how you talk to your kids sometimes. Some of the foul words that you say in this, and she goes, have you heard one of my kids ever say any of them words? And they think and they go, well, no. And she goes, because they know damn well better than to repeat what I say.
Yeah, that's good.
She said, no, it was the same way when I was growing up. She said, my dad, it didn't matter. The preacher could be sitting there at the kitchen table having a cup of coffee with him, and Dad would drop an F-bomb about every other sentence. And if the preacher looked at him funny, Dad would tell him, "Hey, if you can't handle the conversation, you need to go back to your church." The words are just words, man. They're just words. But you can show respect, And with kids, yeah, you got to learn. You got to teach that respect level. And my kids all realized that when you became an adult, then certain behaviors can change. But until you're a responsible adult and responsible for yourself, you got to toe the line. You got to toe the line. That I always love that. People, kids' rights. Kids have this right, that right, and the other right. They only have the rights that you give them.
Right.
When they become adults, now they have the right to determine what rights they'll exercise. But not when they're your children at home. No. In fact, my kids, when they became adults, especially my two girls, they came back to live at home as adults. And they knew walking in the door, it doesn't matter that I'm in my 20s. We got to follow Dad's rules. It's his house.
Yep.
We're kids again. We just gave up our adult status in his house. We can be the adult all we want out on the street, but as long as we're at his place, yeah, we're kids again. You follow his growing up rules, and yeah, you're damn right. And it worked. It worked. There were times I asked myself, am I being too harsh with my children, and no, it worked out. It worked out. They're all doing quite well for themselves. So, and they've got respect of all of their friends and acquaintances. So, bravo,
Yep.
Because there ain't no books. Well, there's books. There's books galore on how to raise your kids. Don't read them. Don't waste your time, man. You ain't got no time for that. Yeah, just raise your kids. Do the best you can, then you've done the best. Some people just shouldn't raise kids, I had to deal with some of them folks, man. There was a few times we were down and out, hit the bottom of the barrel. And my kids' friends would come over to the house to hang out, and they'd say, "Boy, you got a lot of nice things. You got the big TV, and you guys eat the best foods. And it's so fun to come over to your house." And I tell them, "Well, you got to have these things. Come on. Your mom and dad are both working." And, well, no, they're drinking and hanging out at the casino all the time, and they forget to buy groceries. And we got our TV down at the pawn shop. It's just a beat up old TV. And I think about that and I go, okay, those are, and then when one of those kids get in trouble, they're the ones where I tell them, hey, no, you can't be doing that. And they'd say, my mom and dad don't care. Well, that's why if you do that in front of me again, guess what? I'm going down and talk to your mom and dad, and I'm going to give daddy a grown-up spanking. You kids don't deserve to be spanked. Daddy does. And that word got around. That word got around the community in a hurry. Oh, you tell your kids behave their asses in front of Sty, because he's going to come down and whoop my ass for raising my kids bad, And it was kind of self-gratifying knowing that there were a few people that had just this little bit of fear that they might get a grown-up spanking for the way their kids behave in society,
I love to get grown-up spanking.
I like that you call it that.
Grown-up spankings?
That's freaking funny.
Yeah. I told this gal one time, I said, she come in and she's got a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old with her. She come in my office and she's screaming and hollering at me about some shit, stupid stuff that we could have just had a conversation over and would have been resolved. But she's screaming and hollering, having a bit, and it was F this, F that, And the 7-year-old was a little girl, and the 5-year-old was a little boy. And that little girl kept tugging on her mom's coat. She spun on that little girl, and she goes, "You little C word. Quit bothering me while I'm dealing with this guy." I said, "Did you just call that little girl what I heard? Serious?" And she said, "Yeah, she's being a," and she said it again. I said, "You need to shut your mouth right this second. Don't even say goodbye as you go out the door. Because if you open your mouth and I hear one more foul word out of your mouth in front of those two little kids, it's going to be something they'll have to live with the rest of their lives, and a story that they'll be telling the rest of their lives." The day that Sty put my mom over his knee and give her one hell of a whooping, I said, "I'll spank your ass so fucking hard." She goes, "You wouldn't dare." I said, "I'm willing to do up to 90 days for that. Yeah, I'm willing to do it. You talk to that little girl that way, it pissed me off." Yeah. Call your own little daughter something like that. Oh man, put me right over the edge. But you know what? She looked at me and just her whole demeanor changed. And she didn't say goodbye. She didn't say anything. She just shuffled the kids towards the door and she went out. She come back about 2 hours later, totally calm, got back on the issue she originally came on. She didn't have the kids with her. And it took about 10 minutes and we had her problem resolved. And I said, "Now, wouldn't that have been much easier to start with?" And I said, "By the way, where are your children?" She said, "Actually, they're over at your house playing with your kids." I said, "Well, good for them. Good for them." I said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm sure my kids enjoy their company." And that gal changed. She changed. But she had to have had somebody tell her, "You can't do that. You cannot." When it comes to children, come on, people.
Yeah,
You
some
know.
parents today, the way they talk to their kids is just like, I got a neighbor across the street that's like that.
I can't believe it.
But, you know, she's the term hillbilly fits her to a T.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of hillbillies,
Hillbilly.
yeah,
A Bill Hilly.
how do you circumcise a hillbilly?
What the hell?
You kick his sister in the jaw.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
I'm here all week. That's you waste Mike right here. You waste.
I'm here all week, he says. Yeah.
You waste Mike. See it up there?
Ugh.
I got a whole new batch of jokes today, so.
That one's, yeah, that one's pretty dark. Yeah, that was good. That was good, but it's dark.
Well, I mean, it's not as bad as why don't orphans go on field trips? So they don't have their parents' permission.
Oh, that's
That's
terrible. That's terrible. That's who the heck was it? This a couple of years ago on one of my streams. Somebody started in with dead baby jokes, and I say I had to stop.
Yeah, you got to stop with those.
I had to stop them. I said,
Yeah.
No. You got a couple out, and I said, no.
Yeah, I would never go that far. But.
No, that's too raw, man. That is so dark, so dark.
Yeah, it's like what's worse than ants in your pants? Your uncle.
Oh. Quit acting like you got an uncle in your pants.
Right.
Oh my God.
Or if a midget says your hair smells good, is that considered sexual harassment?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I've got a story of that, yeah, where a gal went to the human resources office to file a complaint for sexual harassment because Harold, every day riding on the elevator on the way to their office floor, would say, "Oh, your hair smells so good." And when the HR manager said, "Well, that's not sexual harassment," she says, "He's a fucking midget."
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. That's like this. That's like this old guy. He worked in a foundry, and he's just nasty looking all the time. He dressed like a bum most of the time. And well, his wife, they had a half a dozen kids, and his wife said, "You're going to the doctor. You're getting fixed because I don't want no more kids." He says, "Okay." So he calls the doctor and sets up an appointment, gets the date and time. Well, that morning of his appointment, his wife hears him getting up. She's down in the kitchen, and he comes walking in the kitchen. He's all cleaned up, looks like $1 million, and he's wearing a 3-piece suit. And she goes, "I have never seen you so dolled up before. You look so good. Why in the world would you be dressed like that?" And he goes, "Well, I figure if I'm going to be impotent, I want to look impotent." Uh-huh. Okie dokie. That's like the fella that goes in the doctor's office screaming mad. He says, "Doc, you wrote down what I had to do so that my wife would quit having babies, and it didn't work." Doctor said, "Did you follow those written instructions right to the letter?" And he goes, "Well, pretty much." And the doctor says, "What do you mean, pretty much?" He says, "Well, that part there about the rubber and organ, it's all right that I didn't have either, so I put a boot on the piano. Does that work?"
Terrible.
Yeah, no, a boot on the piano will not stop pregnancies. No. Yeah, doesn't work that way.
That ain't right.
Ain't right at all. That's like the old guy, here I'm telling old man jokes. That's terrible. This old guy goes to the doctor, getting a full physical exam.
What's his name? Oh.
And all of a sudden that doctor says, "Oh my gosh." And the old man goes, "What?" And he goes, "I really hate to ask you this, but when's the last time you've had sex?" And the old guy says, early last night." The doctor says, "With who?" And he says, "Well, that's really none of your business." The doctor says, "Well, whoever it was, you need to get over to them right now." The old man said, "Why? What do they got to do with this?" He says, "Because you're just starting to come."
God damn.
Oh God.
Been all night. And I'm finally getting around to it. Yeah.
Terrible.
That's terrible, man. Ain't that just terrible?
Hey,
Raven.
What does a penis and a Rubik's Cube have in common, Sam? I only said penis, I put penis in there. What does a penis and a Rubik's Cube have in common?
I don't know. What?
The longer you play with it, the harder it gets.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I should have known that.
Yeah, you should have known that. What's wrong with you? What the one butt cheek say to the other butt cheek? Between the two of us, we can stop this shit.
That's good. I like that. That's good.
That's E-Waste Mike, people. E-Waste Mike.
He's here. He's here all day, every day.
Every day.
They're all right.
Yeah.
You can tell I haven't been doing any work because this is the shit I've been doing.
You're nuts.
Joke.
Well, Running Water got me stuck on this stupid Conan Exiles game. And I've been playing the shit out of that, man. Hours and hours and hours into it. It's like Minecraft on acid. I mean, it's insane. There's some things about Minecraft I wish I could do in Conan, but no, Conan's, that's my Minecraft fallback, When I get tired of Minecraft, I jump into Conan. And I get tired of Conan, jump back into Minecraft. Those two for the building stuff. Yeah.
I'm Minecrafting. So in April, I bought a PS5. I finally hooked it up yesterday.
You got PS5
in April. It's been sitting in my closet until yesterday. I hooked it up yesterday.
Oh Jesus! What did you pay for it?
$539.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Try to buy one for $500 now. You can't. The cheapest I've seen in the last 4 or 5 months has been 800 and something.
Well,
and most of them are over $1,000.
Yeah, I got mine through PlayStation. You had to submit your email and your gamer tag and all that shit, and they had a drawing, and they were doing, I think, 50 of them at that point. So that's how I got mine.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah,
yeah.
Like I said, I did it in April, and I finally just hooked the damn thing up yesterday. Because my PlayStation 4 on Minecraft, I kept getting a blue screen with a stupid code on it.
Yeah, you were talking about that.
Yeah, when I researched the code, it said corrupt file or something else was in there. But like Minecraft, I'd load in, and within 20 minutes, it would do that 4 or 5 times. And it hasn't blue screen once, so it's something in the system. And this system, is probably 9 years old. I bought it brand new, so however old, whenever they came out.
And a lot of hours, yeah.
A lot of hours.
That's mine. I know it won't be long. I'll start getting issues. That's like here, my studio computer today. I did an upgrade on one of my pieces of software, and this warning popped up. Took a look. 94% of my hard drive C, where all my programs are, all your base programs are on C, is full. There's no room left on my hard drive. I can't remember how big that hard drive is, but I got all these damn editing programs and shit on my machine that are eating up all this memory. And so I got to go in there, and I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. I don't know.
Clean house, buddy.
Time to clean house, and if that don't give me enough of that memory back, I'm going to have to grab the machine, run it into the shop down here, and tell them transfer all of that shit on a new hard drive, put a bigger hard drive in there, because that C hard drive, that's the largest internal drive I have. And I don't want to run my program files on an external. So,
right.
I'm not swapping drives out myself anymore. I'm not doing that shit no more. It takes forever formatting and I just not techie enough to get any enjoyment out of having to do that shit. So Samantha, did you get your rural mail set up?
Yeah, actually, it's forwarded already. The lady's going to meet me at the mailboxes tomorrow morning at 11:20 my time and get me a key.
Okay, once you got that mastered, get me that address over a message.
I will.
Messenger, and I'll send you a new webcam. Yeah.
I can send it to you now. It'll be taken care of by tomorrow morning. So
sure, sounds good. I'll get that packaged up and out of here within the next couple days here. So
thank you. I appreciate.
Is it big enough for me to fit in
it? Right.
You couldn't.
I'll put some stamps in my ass and I'll be on my way.
You couldn't put your big toe in that package.
Is that a fat joke?
What are you doing, sissy?
Just a little bit chubby. That's a chubby joke.
I'm getting a t-shirt. Here, look at this. I'm getting a t-shirt made with this on it.
What the hell? You found somebody with a boat sail for a boat that they're going to make a t-shirt out of? What the hell? Oh, sorry, another chubby joke.
That's why I don't come on your streams, because
I'm so polite.
Yeah, you're always making fun of me.
I hate being sexy, but I'm a chubby, bearded man, so I can't help it. Well, that's pretty cool. Thanks, Samantha.
Yep.
Why did you show that?
I just wanted to make it so it all clicked together.
It's kind of, yeah, so people figured that out. Yeah.
I actually lost 2 pounds. I spent all day out in the yard looking for that damn. I can't find it. I don't know where it went.
Now, look in your toilet. It's probably still stuck in there.
Hanging on the sides. I don't want to go.
No, you're not supposed to go down sideways. It's supposed to turn and go.
You go.
That's
Do it.
awesome.
No, I didn't do it. I said this to my granddaughter and she freaked out. And then my daughter called me. She's like, she don't even know who that was. I said, my number's on her phone. Tell her to put 2 and 2 together. She'll figure it out.
Yeah.
That wasn't even funny. God, that was hilarious. Oh, listen to this. I had a jacked up morning yesterday. I went outside, put a cup of coffee in my hand. I never go outside in the morning. I don't know why I went out. There's this kid walking down the street, had a coat on, slippers, crying his eyes out. Never seen this kid before. I was like, so I'm kind of watching him, and he went past my house, and he's kind of like looking around, and he's real fidgety, and he starts crying again. I was like, you okay? No. I said, what's the matter? He's like, I'm supposed to look for my buddy, and I can't find him, and I don't know where I'm at. I'm lost. The kid had severe ADHD, and I mean, he was just a mess. I said, where do you live? I think on Maxwell. Well, that's the street I live on. I said, come on. So I got it because it wasn't cold, but the wind had a little cut to it, and his face was beat red. I said, come on.
Yeah.
I said, you're safe with me. So I got him in the house, warmed him up, and he was just like off the wall, like walking through the house, and I got him to where he felt comfortable, and he's like, well, do you have video games? So, every kid. I said, yeah. He's like, well, do you have Xbox? I said, no. I said, I have PlayStation and, a tablet and stuff like that. So he comes to my room here, and he must have had problem with his sight, because if this was my desk, everything he looked at, he was like this.
Oh, really?
Real close. And, and then he'd start crying a little bit. And I was like, we'll get you there. I said, I just want you to warm up a little bit. So I started asking him, I said, do you know your mom's phone number? And he would just rattle off numbers that made no sense. So then he's like, tell me, mom and dad are always fighting. And, he's just giving me a story. And it's like, so I had to call the cops, because what am I going to do with the kid? And so they came, and when they came, he was in my room here, and he was playing with my phone. I was just trying to keep him calm until they got here.
Right.
So I was in here with them, and when they knocked on the door, I opened the door, and I said, he's in the room there. So they said, was this his phone? I said, no, it's mine. I said, I just kind of keep him mellow. So they were talking to him, and he was fine with them. And the cops asked, where do you live? And he said, Maxwell. And they're like, well, do you know your address? And he ratted off 4 numbers, which is actually numbers that, are in this area, but it's on the other side of the school. So the other side of the school, the school is a big complex. It's high school, middle school, elementary. It's athletic fields. It's big parking lot. I mean, it's amazing to go through.
Like a big campus, like a big campus.
You can get through from like that side to where I'm at. There's like a little roadway, but it's all blocked up, with like buildings and stuff. So you really can't see unless it's there.
Right.
So he either had to go to the main road, it's called 9 Mile Road, and it's a 4-lane road. And I mean, it's like this, or he had to go all the way down to the end and come all the way back. So he would have had to go like 5 or 6 blocks and then, hit my street. So I felt bad for him because, the cop says, well, come on, we're going to get you home. So, I got a call because I don't know whatever happened to him. But as he was going outside, he actually thanked me. He's like, "Thank you, Mister." I said, "Just call me Mike." I said,
Yeah.
hope everything works out for you." And as he's getting to my bottom step, the cop, he's walking on his own. The cops are standing there waiting for him. He looks at the cops. He's like, "Am I going to jail? Am I in trouble?" Cop said, "No."
Oh.
Yeah, he started to get a little worried, but he got in the car and they sat there and they were outside for probably 20 minutes just talking to him, keeping him calm and stuff. But
Sure.
I have to call the police, and I know the police commissioner over here, so I'm gonna call him if he can check just to see, if they did find him or get him home. But yeah, it was. I just woke up. I mean, I wasn't up 10 minutes, and I ran into that. So whatever made me go outside.
Yeah. You were needed. You were needed at the moment.
Yeah, it was a good thing because who knows what would happen to him,
No kidding. No
like
kidding.
I said, even in the summertime, I don't go outside. When I get up in the morning, I grab a coffee, take a leak, and I sit and check my email and all that stuff. And why I went outside yesterday, I have no idea, but it was just weird.
That is weird, and I never brought it up. I'm surprised I didn't bring it up. But the other day, it was a few days back, I went out on the front porch. I'll go out and sit on the front porch, have a smoke, drink some coffee, just sitting on the front porch. Well, we're right next to what they call the corridor. It's a hiking trail, runs all the way through town. And my street is only 100 feet from the front of the house, if that, but there's virtually no traffic on our street, but there's a crosswalk right here from on the corridor. And so I see these people hiking the corridor all the time. And that side where the corridor is, we got these big, tall, we got buckthorn and ash trees and all kinds of shit growing along that ravine between us and the corridor. Well, the corridor is only 75 feet from the house. But right at the end, it's open because the sidewalk goes through there. And I see this old guy standing there at the edge of the road on the corridor. And there's other people coming and going on the corridor, and they're just walking by him and around him. And this old guy's out there, and he's got himself a hiking stick, kind of like my wooden hiking stick. He's leaning on that. And I can tell, man, he looks like he weighs about 110 pounds. He's just a frail little old guy. And he's just standing there, and he's leaning on that stick. And so I'm out there. I finish my smoke and come back in the house. I thought, maybe the old guy's waiting for somebody, I don't know. None of my business, really, Come in, and I finished my coffee, fix another cup, and I thought, shit, I'm going back out front. It's nice out. I'm going to go sit back out up front. And I go out there. Well, a good 20 minutes, half hour had gone by. I go out there, and I look, and there's that old guy still standing there, leaning on his stick. So I put my coffee down, grabbed my hiking stick, and I walked down to the end of the property and out onto the corridor and walk up to him and say, hello. He looks up at me, and I could tell and you could see that he had tears running down his face.
Oh.
And I asked him, I said, what's up? Are you okay? And he goes, I don't know where I am. And I go, you don't? He goes, no. I'm just hoping somebody comes by that I know. And I said, you've been out here, man, for about an hour. I said, and it was cold out. I said, you don't look dressed heavy enough to just be standing one place for an hour. And I said, do you know your address? You know where you live? And he told me. Well, where that corridor crosses, you got to go almost a full block to the left or a full block to the right before you see a street sign that tells you what street you're on. And he didn't realize how far away that was, that he could have walked down and probably found a street he recognized and followed that. But when he gave me his address, I told him, I said, hey, I can show you how to get home. I said, I'll give you a ride in my truck. No, I'll walk home. He says, you don't need to be giving me no ride. I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll walk with you home. He goes, I walked a long ways, he said. He said, you don't need to walk that far. I said, no, I got to get my walk in every day anyway. I said, so I'll walk with you home. That old guy had the old man shuffle,
Oh yeah.
where his feet are just going like mad, but he's moving in slow motion, you know. And so I'm just slow walking just to stay next to him. And he's basically following me, you know. And we chatted a little bit and here that old boy had gone through, I can't remember what cancers he had, but they cured him, but it had eaten him up, you know. I mean, he was down to nothing. Found out that he's 76 years old. And yeah, he lives down at the end of our block, down the corridor to the next block, and up 4 houses. That's all the farther it was.
Wow.
Less than a block and a half. But he had gotten lost. His memory's gone. Well, I got him to his place, and this young gal come running out of the house. She come running out of the house. She's putting a jacket on and she's coming down their steps. And she comes running out and she calls him by name, runs up to him. She goes, where have you been? We've been wondering where you went. She said, we had just called the police department. She said, so don't be surprised if they show up. They're just keeping an eye out for you.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just so thrilled that he was home, and he turned to me and he goes, I can't believe you did that for me. And he turned to this gal, and I found out from her that she's his daughter, and she's like in her mid-50s. And he turned to her and he goes, you give him $20 bill. I go, no, you're not. You are not giving me no money for it. No. I said, I told you I needed my walk for the day. So it was my pleasure. I said I had somebody to talk to on my walk today. And and that was yesterday. They having that cancer marathon. Well, I'm out there chatting with the folks handling the traffic control over here. Here comes him and his daughter walking down the corridor, and they come walking. And he starts pointing at me. They were going to turn down the sidewalk towards our house. He's pointing at me, and she turned, and they come walking right over to me. And he comes up, and he wants to shake my hand, and he thanked me for getting him home. And I said, well, I told you then, it's no big deal. It was no big deal. It's just a bummer. If you get confused, you don't know where you are.
Yeah.
And his daughter, he got busy talking with this other fellow there that I was chatting with. And his daughter said, yeah, has the symptoms of dementia coming on. And she said he gets lost and confused. And she said it's worrying us because of what happened, you know, of that type of thing happening, that
right.
Where will he walk off to and then not know where he is? And it wasn't that he didn't know where he lived. He just didn't know where he was.
Right.
You know, and that I said, well, that's a good thing. And I made a suggestion to her, and she was thrilled. I said, what you do, I said, I said, just a quick question. Do you have a laminator? She goes, no. I said, well, you can get those laminating sheets that just stick together, you know, or you can take something down to the library and they'll laminate for you. But I said, just take like a recipe card, cut it in half, so it's about the size of a business card, with his name, a phone number, and his address on it. Laminate it, punch a hole in it, put it on a lanyard, have him wear it around his neck.
Yeah, good idea.
And just tell him, show that to someone if you don't know where you are. Can you help me get home? Here, this is me and where I live. And, oh, she was thrilled. She said, never, ever thought of that. I said, it's that simple.
Yeah, it's got to be scary to go through that.
Yeah.
King Bluto, good to see you.
Hey, King Bluto.
But yeah, my grandmother, she had dementia, and she had more of the Alzheimer's than the dementia.
Right.
And she got to the point where she would get up in the middle of the night because she lived with us for a while, and 2 o'clock in the morning, you hear the front door open. So there she is out sitting on the porch, not knowing she's
right.
Or she'd be in bed and start to be in a dead sleep and screaming at the top of her lungs. So you jump out of bed, what's the matter? The damn zombies are under the bed trying to get me. It's like, I said, all right.
Okay.
I said, I'll get them. I said, you just,
relax.
I go in there with the broomstick and I hit the bottom of her bed a couple of times and yell at them, and then she go back to bed. But but then she started. My grandmother was one of these people where if you said "damn," you got your ass kicked because you were swearing. And she was, fuck you, asshole, mother, like Granny.
Yeah.
So that's when we knew she was, she, and it was a good guy. But unfortunately, it ended up killing her. But but she was the same way. You just had it was bad because we had to tie one of her hands to her bed rail so she wouldn't get up and wander. It was bad to do that, but that's what we had to do.
Well, and that's it. Is you get to a point where there are things you have to do that, in a normal situation, would seem quite odd, but unless people understand, that's like when we lived out in Montana. I'm out in the middle of goddamn nowhere, driving down this Montana. It's a paved road, but it's a backwoods road. There's hardly any traffic, and I look and I go, "Oh my God, that's Henry Ross." His Mary Ross, his daughter, had a realty place way at the end of that road, about 8 miles down the road at this crossroad. She had this realty office, and he's heading in that direction. Well, they lived about 4 miles farther than where I saw him, and he's heading towards her office. Well, the only issue was all he was wearing. He didn't have no shoes or socks or nothing. All he was wearing was a pair of boxer underwear. And he's got this big-ass butcher knife in his hand, and he's marching down the road.
Oh, shit.
I pulled up with my truck, and I reached over, rolled the window down, and I go, "Hey, where are you headed?" He goes, "I'm going to my daughter's house." And I go, "You live at your daughter's house?" And he goes, No. She lives down that way, down the road. And I go, "Why are you going there?" Because, he's got a butcher knife, for God's sakes, And he goes, "Well, it's my goddamn birthday. I'm going down there to cut the cake." I go, "Well, get your old ass in my truck and I'll take you down there and we'll have cake." "Oh, really?" And he gets in the truck. And I knew better than to turn around and take him back home to where her husband would have been. Well, her husband was embarrassed at the end of the day because he lost track of Pop,
Oh.
I get him down there. I know more than stop that truck, and he's got the door open, and he flies out of there virtually naked as a jaybird with his butcher knife and heads right into her realty office. She's got a couple in there that are going to look at some property, and he comes marching in there. "Where's my effing cake?
Wow.
I want to cut my cake." I'm standing on the porch of this realty place, trying not to laugh. I'm just, oh Lord. And she called her husband, got him settled down, sat down, called her husband. Her husband came by the place. I saw him out the window drive by, and he's heading into town, and I had a gut feeling. And sure enough, he comes back, and he's got a cake from the store. And he comes in with that cake, and the old man, he gets over there, and he cuts a piece of that cake and slides it onto a paper plate. And then he stabs the knife on top of the cake, and he says, "Cut your own." And he walks over. He's got a fork, but oh no, he's picking that cake up with his hand and eating it. And his daughter and her husband, they were so appreciative that I got him there. They said his feet, he had hurt his feet quite a bit walking on the gravel on the shoulder. But they said he doesn't feel pain much anymore at all.
Mm-hmm.
And they said once he gets his mind going on something, everything else he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I felt so bad because he did get to the point where his bedroom, he got to the physical point where he had trouble getting up out of a chair and stuff like that. But his bedroom, they put in one of those half doors, like in a stable. It's almost like a gate door where there's no top half of the door. They put that kind of door in with a lock on it that he couldn't unlock, and they'd have him in that room, and that room was childproofed, and that's where he spent the rest of his life, was in that room, kind of locked up. And he'd lean out that door and yell down the hall at his son-in-law all the time, because his son-in-law worked at home at his office there, and he's always yelling at him, and I don't know who the hell you think you are locking me up in here. yeah, you're gonna do nasty things to me. I know it, and on and on. But again, that was one of those situations where, and I told Mary, I said, I don't even know how to feel about it, her loss of losing him, because, and like she said, we lost him about 18 months before he died. She said we went through 18 months of him every month progressively getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And she said by the time he passed away, we were glad to see he was finally at rest. But yeah, he passed away at night in his bed, but it's like Mary said, she said one thing she knows, because then she was in contact with a lot of people that had Alzheimer's, family members and that. And she said one thing that is odd is the personality shifts. She said her father was the gentlest, kindest, quietest person you ever met. And he was loud and could be nasty and mean. She said that wasn't him at all. Wasn't him. Didn't reflect anything in his life at all. She said the personality change really, really was a shock, And she said they're so frustrated with themselves because they'll get little spells of memory. And that frustrates the person so much that, why can't I remember everything,
Yeah.
And what do you mean I did this or I did that? No way, I wouldn't do that. And she said, so to learn not to remind them that they're doing things that they never would have done before.
Yeah, my grandma started hallucinating because she'd be talking, and we'd be like, Granny, who are you talking to? It's like my mother sitting right there on the end of the bed.
Yeah.
I said, oh, hi, great grandma. I just play along with it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
But yeah, she started getting like really bad. But she went a long time like that.
That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah, a couple of years. But it's like every day you'd just go a little bit further, and she died the same way. Just went to bed and went to sleep and then wake up.
Yeah.
So
I don't envy what they go through, but I envy their ends.
Could you imagine if I got that shit? I'd be fucking hilarious.
You'd probably become a preacher.
Probably.
And you'd be preaching abstinence.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Don't you be messing around with them girls, you rotten, no good person. You're going to hell. I know it. Yeah.
Especially those Alaskan ones.
Look out for them Alaska girls,
That'd be funny though.
I heard there's only one warm spot in Alaska. And she won't let just anybody stay in that warm spot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What a nasty old man. Listen to me. I must have Alzheimer's.
Oh,
or something.
I didn't take no offense to it. I don't need to apologize.
You wouldn't.
Did I see Colin pop his head in there?
Yeah, for a
Yeah.
second he was
How do you
asking.
like the new digs?
He loves it. He's happy.
Really cool. You know, sometimes
He's
kids have a
really
problem with
happy.
change.
Oh yeah, he's loving it. He wasn't liking it after that whole scene. He like us just wanted to get out as soon as possible after that altercation.
I was going to ask you if you wanted me to come up there and handle some of that problems for you. I was ready to come up there
I've
too.
had a few offers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had a
And,
few-
Boy,
and, you know, and you know what the thing is?
Yeah.
A lot of the shit they did was not, you know, wasn't kosher. I mean,
That's what
you're in houses. I mean, I know the laws are different in different states, but you know, they did you
well,
dirty.
I know. Yeah, I've been running from up here in Alaska for over 20 years now, and I used to do property management and real estate with my mom for almost 16 years. And I'm telling you right now, I knew my rights and I knew my shit.
Yeah.
They didn't expect us to, but we did.
Yeah,
and
that's it.
she was apologizing all crazy right after the guy left, and her tone completely changed. We got him out, but she fueled him up with bad information, and they approached us in a completely illegal way. She should not have been there in the first place, because we have a contract with Signature Realty, and the management was pissed. They were pissed that she came over at all.
Yeah, I wanted so bad when she posted that, and I listened to what that woman was saying, and knowing that I wasn't getting the whole story. And Samantha was telling me about all of the things left out, and I was just like, oh yeah, I know the type. Damn, got this power hungry, goddamn slumlord attitude. And I wanted so bad to be there, man. I would have ripped her a new one. Yeah, they wouldn't be.
I don't care. You got your permanent funds. You can find a place. When I got that on video, I was like, thank you for saying that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That's what people are doing up here, unfortunately, as landlords in Alaska right now. They assume that their tenants have gotten a big payday, and they're going to legally try and remove them quickly so they can up their rent. And
they see a cash cow, and they want that money. That damn right.
Yeah. Want it out anyway, but it was hard to find a place. Honestly, 40 people were applying for this place alone, and we got very lucky because the guy actually knew us. He's the guy that married us, so he hooked us up for sure.
Wait, you're married?
That was so cool. Hey, Mike,
you're married? You are?
How long did it take you to figure that shit out?
I'm done with you.
I'm done with you. What would he do if I just left him in the basement? Yeah.
I know.
Then I just go like this.
Oh, he jumped. He jumped. He didn't just go in the basement. He jumped.
He's a goofball.
You bummer, get up here. I can't say goodbye for the day without you here.
He's gonna have to come back.
I told myself, Sty, this week, no way in hell are you going to be going over 2 hours. It's been 3 hours. I mean, here we go again.
When you spend time with your friends, time does fly.
And it's been so long since I've been able to, and I just, the time flies. I was
you around. It was definitely a lot of
Mike
how you're doing, and missing you, and a lot of people were mentioning it. He says this is going to be a lot
stream that if I'm not going to shut down till he gets his ass back up here. Listen to him. Okay, we're shutting down. Boom, 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 boom.
Bye, people. See y'all later. Have a nice
day. Asshole. See, he's loving this. He likes the up and down, up and down, up and down. He likes that. He likes that up. Yeah.
Yeah, but now I got to deal with married people. It's not as much fun anymore.
I know.
The
Don't worry, Sam. I'll always be unmarried in case something happens. I'll always be single.
that's
waiting for the special person.
That's me.
You're not the special person.
I shut up.
What a prick.
See, at this stage of the game, for me, it ain't worth getting married. It ain't worth it. I mean, it's just a bunch. That's just going to take time out of one of my days, So why the heck do that? There's better things I could do with my time than go through a ceremony. I
was married 32 years. I ain't starting over.
Yeah, I was married 38.
I'm too old, falling apart.
For Piper, lady's gonna come pick her up. She's got a bunny farm close by. So she's gonna come pick her up and take her off. Yeah, I am excited.
Put her in a pot. Put her in a pot.
Okay.
Put her in a pot with some onions and take her.
She said one of two things. She'll either breed her or enter her in the fair. She's not sure yet.
Oh.
To take a close-up look at her coloring, because she does have beautiful coloring, and she's just Terry, my sister, says that she thinks she's a prize rabbit. And when I said that to the lady, she was like, okay, well, yeah, I definitely wanted to get a close-up look for her. I'm going to take her, but I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do with her until I get a close-up look at her. I said, okay. So we're going to meet at 6, so about 4 hours.
You want to freak her out? Hand her a bag of onions and potatoes.
Oh, with the rabbit. Yeah.
The rabbit. Here you go.
Yeah. I learned this from Schwann's.
He's in the pot.
Have the rabbit in one of them aluminum roasters, the aluminum foil roaster, and a bunch of taters and carrots in there, and some onions, and say, here you go.
Yeah.
What the heck is this?
Yeah, put all the shit in and say, here, it's up to you.
The bunny likes a bed of vegetables.
Yeah. The bunny likes to be warm.
Yeah.
I know my daughter called me the other day. First day I busted my ass doing shit. I was exhausted, tired as hell. I had like 15 hours. She's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm getting ready to call it a day. Well, I got a problem. I'm like, what? She said, my cat's dead in the closet. I said,
oh, Jesus.
Why is that my problem? She said, well, I can't bury it in the yard because she has a blue pit, and he'll dig that son of a bitch out. And this cat was 40 pounds. This cat was huge.
Oh, damn.
So I said, so I suppose I had to come and get the cat. She's like, no, I just want to know if I can bear it. I said, okay, so I had to go dig a freaking, a big cavern in my freaking backyard now at, 8 o'clock at night. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
So I go out there and dig this freaking hole. Here she comes with this big old freaking cat. I throw it in there, and what's she say to me? She says, I got to go home and clean the pussy juice out of my closet. I was like,
oh, Jesus.
That's your kid, all right.
That's my kid. Yeah. She's just like me. She is just like me.
So what was your response to her? I've been there, done that. Had to clean it out of my closet.
I asked her what it smelled like. Yeah, I said,
the first time.
Yeah, you ain't doing nothing new.
Yeah, and the bad thing was, I guess my granddaughter found it, so my granddaughter was not a happy camper. My daughter, my granddaughter, she went in the closet to get something, and actually my daughter was here, and my granddaughter called, you might want to come home. She's like, why? He's like, well, because Aiden's in the closet and he ain't moving. He looks kind of funny and he stinks. So I told my daughter, well, that cat's dead. I said, you want me to go away? And she's like, nah, I'll go look. And I guess the way it crawled in there, it was wrapped around like a vacuum cord and a hose and clothes and her boyfriend's brand new jacket. I said, well, just wipe that off and don't wash it. Just let him wear it. He'll be okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. I got two pet cat pass away stories for you real quick. The first one involves running water. Now, when he was about 6 years old, 5-6 years old, we're living on the farm. I got a dairy cow. And if you know what a milking machine looks like, it's round stainless steel container. It holds about 4 gallons, and it's got lid on it that's sealed all the way around, this cap, and the hoses come off of that to milk the cow, right?
He talked them up.
There he is. Now he I don't know if he remembers the incident, but he knows the story because he's heard it enough times. Well, he's just a little guy, you know, he don't know better. Well, one of our cats, a younger one of the smaller cats, just disappeared. Well, we're on the farm. They'll get out. If they get out, man, they'll run off. They'll go to a different house, a different farm, whatever. And so we hadn't seen the cat. And the kids are asking, you know, where's the cat? We haven't seen the cat. And no, the cat's gone. The cat went and found a different home, you know. And yeah, it's funny that he puts up that with a halo, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Halo over that cat. So I hadn't milked cow in months and months, you know. And I was going to sell that milker. Like a poor dumb bastard. I listed it before I even went and dug it out of the back room, you know. I go in the back room because I listed it in the local paper for sale. And I knew it was going to sell just like that. We're right smack in the heart of dairy country where we were living. I go in the back room. There it is, sitting way up on the pile of junk, and I grab it and I take it down. And it's heavy, and I shook it, and something's going clunk, clunk, clunk in there. And what the hell? And I lift the lid up. Oh, 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 oh. And curled up inside, there's a dead cat. So I go right to running water. I go, guess what I found in this milker? Because I closed the lid back up. Guess what I found in this milker? I found a cat. Oh, I forgot. It was cold in the house, and I put them in there to stay warm.
Rotten prick running water.
Yeah, that kitty, unless he's burning in hell, he wasn't warm in there. I mean, yeah, that kitty ran out of air rather quick inside that milker. So that's the first one. Now, the second one, this one's freaky. My one grandson, who's an adult now, well, his bed, the top mattress, was weird, and it kind of curled up from the center to the edges. You could easily stick your hand between the top mattress and the box spring, because that top mattress would curl up. And I think it's because the fitted sheet was too tight, and it was lifting the edges of that thinner mattress. Well, here's that kid. They lost a cat, and they're, where's the cat? Where's the cat? Everybody's, where's the cat? Couldn't find the cat. And we're going to be moving. They were going to move. We're going to be moving, man. We got to find the cat. Got to take the cat with us. Couldn't find the cat. Well, they're starting to move stuff. They take the top mattress off of his bed. Yeah. And they take the top mattress off of the bed, and right under the side of the bed that Salem, my grandson, slept on all the time, because the other side was covered with junk. On the side he slept on, there's that cat.
Oh, no.
That cat had crawled under that damn mattress. Salem went to bed on top of the cat, smothered the son of a bitch in between the two mattresses, and they figured the cat had to have been in there for 5-6 days, smothered underneath it between the two mattresses. Nothing like finding out that cat died in your sleep.
Wow.
Yeah, he can't say I died in my sleep, but the cat can say he died in Salem's sleep.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a little guilt-ridden. It's terrible. This is a terrible moment in my life. I had to put down this. It was a mutt dog. He's a black, kind of long-haired mix of 10 different breeds, and that dog had gone nuts. Basically, we figured the dog had distemper, and well, it attacked our chicken coop, and it wiped out half of my chickens and had to put him down, but he's loose. He got loose. He got out of his kennel and he was loose running on the farm. And he's out trying to kill any animal he can find. And the ex-wife just on and on and on about, got to put that dog down. And I said, I can't get him close enough. I said, so I set up our upstairs bathroom. We have a big, huge farmhouse. Upstairs bathroom, open the window. It's right behind the toilet. Open the window and I could sit backwards on the toilet over the back of the toilet with the rifle. And I'm waiting for that dog to come through the backyard. And here he comes. Now I'm using a 22 Magnum. And I pride myself in being a good shot. I put a round right behind his front leg. It would have taken a lung and probably his heart. Pow! And that dog just turns, looks up at the window. And I thought, I missed him. Squeezed again. Pow! And I could see the spray. That bullet went right through that dog. And I said, that'll do it. No, he just kind of turned and looked where he got hit. I shot him 5 times. And he just kept turning and looking wherever he got hit. And I thought, you son of a bitch. So he's out there running around with 5 bullet holes in him. And I go out there. The wife and the kids, I got them in the truck. And we're going to pull out because the dog ran off. I thought, okay, he ran off. He's going to die. Get the wife and kids in the truck. No more than close the passenger door. I turn around and there's that dog standing there right in the driveway. And it's wagging its tail looking at me. Son of a bitch. Had the wife roll down the window, go in the glove box, took my 22 mag revolver out, and I had to shoot that dog in the forehead to put it down. And I'm standing out there apologizing to this damn dog for having to shoot him the 6th time to put him down. And that's so. If I would have known that he wasn't going to attack me or somebody else, that's the way I would have done it in the first place.
Right.
Because it would have been quick and painless for him. But to shoot him 5 times and then a half hour later shoot him in the forehead, yeah. I felt sick, man. I was sick for days over that because, I mean, I felt so bad for the damn dog.
That's crazy.
It is. I tell everybody that was the toughest damn dog I've ever seen in my life, to take 5 rounds off that rifle, because I dropped deer with that gun. Single shot. 1 shot with that gun. The one deer, I hit him in the neck, hit him in the spine, and knocked him down. The other deer I took down were headshots. But that gun, that take a big animal like a deer down, 5 rounds into that dog, and he acted like nothing happened. And yeah, I just got a gut feeling that at that time I had this gut feeling I was being told it's not the dog's fault. And which was true. It was my brother-in-law's fault, who owned the dog and kind of abandoned it on our farm. And at the time I had sled dogs, and that dog was in the kennels with the sled dogs. Kept them separate from them, but he was always getting the sled dogs all worked up and crazied up, and then when he broke out and killed half the chickens, and I had to put him down, but I didn't want to put him down like that. That was terrible. I ended up having to put animals down for other people quite a few times over the years, and then I had to put 2 of my own dogs down out in Montana, and that was I was attached to those 2 dogs and had to put them down. And after I did those 2, and the one dog that we didn't put down, Boo Boo, my big Akita,
Boo Hoo.
Yeah, and he wouldn't hurt a person. Come hell or high water, Boo Boo would never hurt a person, especially a kid. In fact, a kid, he would probably tear you up if he thought you were going to hurt the kid.
Mhm.
He was such a big baby, Boo Boo. He was an awesome dog. Well, these fellas that were helping me get things off the mountain where we were living, Boo Boo jumped out of my truck, and this guy that was with me, he says, "Your damn dog's got to stay in the truck." And he reached and grabbed Boo Boo by the skin right
Oh.
behind his neck. And when it stretched, Boo Boo swung around and grabbed him by the wrist. Didn't bite down, but grabbed him by the wrist. And he jumped back and he draws his pistol. He says, "That's enough of that, dog." And I had my hand on my sidearm and I said, "You put that gun away, because you shoot my dog, you're going down right after him." I said, "You are not shooting that dog." He said, and then his brother-in-law said, "I'd watch it because Sty just got done putting down two of his favorite dogs, and now you're going to put down the dog he wants to save no matter what. I got a feeling he'll shoot you."
Wow.
I was ready. I was going to shoot some, but you shoot my dog, I'm going to shoot you. And fortunately, we found a good home for Boo Boo. Awesome couple took him, but after putting those two dogs down, from that day forward, I'll butcher livestock. I'll put down livestock. But I've had people come to me, "Oh, my dog he's 20 years old and he can hardly move, hardly walk. Can you take him out, put him down for me?" Fuck yourself.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not. Take it to the vet and put him down softly, but you do it. Don't make someone else kill a pet. No. If you're going to have a pet, take that responsibility, and don't put them down. This day and age, we don't have to do that anymore. I mean, you just take them to the vet. I mean, here, to have an animal put down, if they're not providing other services with it, it's $65.
Shit, not here.
Oh, really?
$500.
$500?
Yep.
Oh, man.
It cost me $560 to have my dog put down, and that black and white cat I had, cost me $510 when I had.
Oh my gosh!
Ridiculous.
We wanted $1,300 for Amaya, and we couldn't save her. It was fucking heartbreaking how that went down, because she was literally only like 2 years old, and they wouldn't do nothing for us. It was terrible.
Yeah, my youngest boy, he had a cat of his put down, and one of our local vets here, their clinic, they said, "Yeah, we'll put the cat down for $65." And he said, "Well, I want it cremated. I want the remains. I want an urn, blah, blah, blah." He got all this stuff arranged. And that cost him $310 for everything. For the whole 9 yards. $310.
My dog was almost $1,000 because I had it cremated and stuff. Yeah, just under it. There was like $980 something.
That's insane, because the local nursing home that I approached for my cremation, $900. And that includes transporting my ass there. I mean, that's everything. I'm providing the urn, but otherwise they're doing everything else.
I mean,
$900 for a person. You got to pay that kind of money for a pet.
I paid $850 to have my mother cremated. You know, and they drove. They brought it right back to the house. The same thing with my dog. They brought the ashes right here. But if I would have known that, I would have shot the son of a bitch 6 times.
Oh, no, don't do it that way. No, I don't. Oh, I don't want to ever do that or have somebody else do that.
It's really like in my city,
burden to carry. That's
it
what
is.
My dad always said. And it's definitely Justin couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
See, I can put an animal down. I just won't anymore. I just won't. That's like when I lost Lulu and Blondie out at camp. I still say they were poisoned by one of my business partners. But when they went down, I couldn't afford even $65 at that time. So they just stayed with me at the Sty Shack. I made them as comfortable as they could be. You do what you can for the pet, you know. And both those dogs, yeah, they were in my lap.
I did a checkup on Chase. She puts him in a new fucking outfit every day. That damn dog. And
really,
he's the front desk dog now. Like, yeah, he lives with the lady who owns the shelter. She took him home for herself. I knew she was gonna. I could tell.
Oh boy, he's Oh no,
she
no,
was
no.
waiting for a Chiweenie to come through, just waiting. And yeah, so
see if there would have been a way for me to get my hands on him, I would have taken him.
Yeah.
When I heard what you're doing there, I just, oh God, I wish I was closer. I'd take him.
He would have gone. He would have loved to be with you too. Yeah. You would have.
See,
yeah.
He's exactly what I'm looking for a mascot around here. You know, the Running Water and I are next spring are putting in we're going to put a nice outdoor dog run for Bean, but Bean's only home 5 times a year. You know, but
how much of a dog run you need? The dog's legs are about this tall.
I was gonna say if you got a little companion,
that
come in handy.
It'd be awesome.
I still think if you had Pomsky, that would be badass.
That would be cool. That'd be really cool. I'm thinking Pomsky, maybe a miniature pincer or a Chihuahua mix. It can be a Chihuahua mix, but I had good luck with the Chihuahuas, and they can be tenacious little shits, but that's all right. That fits in with me, you know. Same with the miniature pincers; they can be kind of arrogant, snotty little shits, you know. But a Pomsky, I mean, just looking at it, I'm not kidding. I'm terrible because, man, I'd be getting the materials together and I'd stitch them up with a tiny little harness and I'd make them a little sleigh. I'd stick a damn G.I. Joe in the back of that sleigh and have that some bitch follow me on my walks in the winter, you know, pulling his sled.
People would love that too.
The
dog would be more popular than Sty.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'm happy where my channel's at, but if I had a little mascot, I know my viewership goes right through the roof. I mean, look at, nobody watches Mike unless they're hoping to see Earl, you know.
It'd be cool to do that, like have a channel mascot type thing, and you could do, you know, like maybe a live where you pick name or whatever. I don't know. Cool.
Elder abuse. Oh, this is an elder abuse warning.
I'll help you do that, Running Water. You let me know, buddy.
Elder abuse. Elder abuse.
I was gonna make a comment about, you know, in San
I'm gonna call seniors.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna call the senior services on you. Hey, you can't be doing that.
Can't even find the phone number. Shut up.
See, you throw me out there. Shut up. I got that on speed dial.
You probably do.
Yeah, fuck off. Hey, Running Water. Being you're watching, I hope you can see. But
he's not gonna care anyway, so don't even bother.
This alert system, unsubscribe. I don't need it anymore. My blood sugars are all under control and everything, and I don't use it anymore. So
Good. That's
unsubscribe
good
to the
news.
service. I don't know what kind of service he's got with it or nothing. I don't know nothing about it except how to use it. But I don't need it. I don't need it. My phone's with me 24/7. It's sitting right there, and it's got one touch screen comes up. Quick dial 911. I could do that even though my hands are paralyzed up like that. And that's the thing is, when I had that diabetic coma, that alert system, it would have been a little quicker than me using the phone, but it wouldn't have been much easier. Just to hit a button was a bitch. I mean, when I came to, I was paralyzed and I couldn't move. So,
Welcome, Bradley. Welcome back.
Maybe you better keep that.
oh, that's not a subscription. Okay, cool. Okay. Just want to let you know that if it was a subscription, Bradley, that's good question. Good question. Guess what? I'm going to wrap this up in 25 minutes. There's no way in hell I'm going over 4 hours.
Why so long?
Goddamn 2 hour show.
I got shit I gotta do, man.
A 2 hour show. Yeah, we're back now. There's no question. Sty's getting back to normal, ain't he? Yeah. Yep. I'm only doing 2 hours. There ain't no way in hell I'm going over 2 hours. 4 hours later. What kind of that Sty stuff? You're gonna get real nervous. You're gonna get real nervous if Sty says, I'm doing a 4 hour stream. Holy shit, that's an all-nighter. So running water. Maybe I should have looked at the paperwork on it. I haven't looked at the paperwork on it for a couple months. So that if I would have looked at the paperwork, I would have realized it's all onboard dialer. It's just the way you set it up for those dials and the message that you have to leave that they receive. I was thinking it was through a subscription. So, and with running water, it wouldn't surprise me. If it was a subscription, he still would have gotten it for me. That's just the way he is. I
don't know why.
I don't know why. I got a gut feeling he's got. Have you ever seen the list of Ryobi 18 volt cordless tools?
I was actually.
What is it? There's 40. There's 40 some of them sons of bitches. Mm-hmm. I was looking at that and kind of tagging everything that running water's got. I don't know what he's up to, man. I got a feeling he wants to know everything Ryobi cordless. We have got so many Ryobi cordless tools now. We got a battery bank and a charger bank all set up, and I'll be doing that this week. Working on that back porch. I want to get all those shelves empty. So all those hand tools, other than the big tools like the weed whacker and the pole saw, and we got one of those Ryobi pole saws. Man, that thing is sweet, man. I love that thing. It's heavy. The chainsaw head on it, it's pretty heavy. You put the full extension on it, it's 9.5 feet long. That's a lot of weight.
Yeah, it's probably not heavy. You're just old.
Oh, fuck off. We're not listening to that shit.
Oh, you're going to listen to it. And you're going to like it. All my tools are Ryobi. And I was talking to a buddy of mine because, he's like Milwaukee. He buys all those pack outs for his business, which are awesome. And I have a Home Depot that's like 1.5 miles from me. So we went to Home Depot a couple days ago. And all the end caps are Ryobi and Milwaukee.
Yep.
Hardly any DeWalt. You don't see anything DeWalt in there.
Yeah, DeWalt is really, really going down the tubes as far as you don't see it marketed as much either.
No, and even on like the seasonal, like on the inside aisles, no DeWalt for end caps. I mean, they still have it, but it's not advertised like it used to be. And they don't have a lot in stock. That's it.
It's not that it's selling off the shelves kind of thing.
No.
It's just not there. I noticed that too. At L&M, they got a pretty good display of DeWalt stuff there still. But
And you
That's
know
that's that's the only place where I'm seeing a lot of DeWalt is
yeah.
right there.
You know who owns DeWalt?
I did.
Stanley.
Yeah, that's right. Yep, Stanley.
I never knew that.
The
I found that out a little while ago. I was like, I'll be damned.
yeah. But I'll tell you what, Ryobi, couple of their items I can see, yeah, they're light, you know. They could have beefed them up a little better, but but I love everything we got. That in fact he got a Ryobi portable air pump, you know, for putting air in your tires.
For your wheelchair
And
tires?
No.
Your
That's
scooter
some bitch.
tires?
They ain't lying. That sucker will put out 150 pounds of pressure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, lawnmower tractor tire was flat. And so he had gotten one. I took it out of the box, and popped that 18-volt battery in there, went out there, hooked it up. And I mean, it took maybe 30 seconds, and that tire was full up tight. And yeah, I had 10 pounds too much in it. I mean, that sucker works sweet. I've got one. I don't even remember what brand it is in my adventure trailer, but it's not a Ryobi. I wish I would have gone with Ryobi because that thing pumps awesome. The one I've got, it pumps good, but not as good as the Ryobi did. And the Ryobi didn't heat up. It didn't, and it's quiet. It's not a loud pump. I was impressed. The running water got a little, I can't remember what it's like a 12-inch bar chainsaw, 18-volt chainsaw. It's more of a pruning type chainsaw, but I'm cutting stuff 6 inches with it, and that thing's coming in handy with this brushwork and crap I got to do out here. In fact, I was looking at that chainsaw. That's the same damn saw they got attached to the end of that pole saw.
Pole saw?
Yeah, same saw. And that pole saw is sweet, man. I'm dealing with these big, tall sticker bushes and shit. And I reach in there with that pole saw and nipping down all these saplings and shit. It's just like, holy Christ, I just knocked down 25 saplings in about 2 minutes. And I didn't even have to get in there with them. I just stand out here and do it. Yeah. Loved it.
The only
Loved it.
I've ever had a Ryobi that I burned out was my Sawzall.
Sawzall?
And they replaced it for free too.
Oh, cool.
Well, I use it because I'm always cutting, motors and shit like that. So
right.
But then I went on Amazon and I just wanted a cheap grinder because I never really used grinders, but with doing like the air compressor motor, the sealed units and shit. It's Sawzall, you can do it, but with a grinder, it's half the time. So
running water.
$28 for a freaking grinder, and that thing it's Black & Decker. Has not failed me yet. Man,
Wow.
I use that thing. I beat the shit out of it.
That right over across the room, running water got a Ryobi 18-volt angle grinder, and I mean, to use it like a chop saw is awesome. With the Ryobi tools he's got and the corded tools I have and the corded tools he has, I'm going to have a blast in that adventure trailer this spring, man, doing the remodel in there. I got all the tools in the world, and we got enough damn batteries now that I can work all day and I won't have to worry about any downtime because I don't have the juice for my cordless. I mean, and we got 3 18-volt chargers set up, and as I'm using them, pop them in. Kitty. There's that.
What kind of rabbit's that?
What kind of rabbit is that?
That's Tyga.
I think
Tyga
should start making a vibrators. You know how long they last?
He's big.
Maybe I'll send them a note. I'm gonna send them a little email. So you need to start making vibrators.
They'll tell you flat out that you probably need it because you can't last that long anymore. you're down to about 5 volts. Yeah.
Yeah, but I charge up all the time.
Yeah, right. You recharge on Schwann's.
Look, I just stick this in my butt.
I was going to say, shove that USB cable up your
I'll tell you
butt.
what, I have this hooked up to my PlayStation 5 now. I used to charge my phone off my computer. It took forever. Takes about 20 minutes off that PS5 at a dead battery. 20 minutes full charge. Like, holy shit. So whatever they got going on in there.
This spy pen that I bought, it runs for about an hour and 15 minutes on a full charge. Well, I ran it till it died just to see, you know. I plugged that bugger into the USB cable off the computer. It was less than 15 minutes and the sucker's fully charged.
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh my God, I wish my phone charged that fast. I
want to know why your perverted old ass has a spy pen.
I want to keep an eye on people like you. Yeah, damn right.
I'm a little worried.
He wants to be able to catch the good moments.
Yeah, no shit.
With that.
You could be able, like, you can just click and record. That's awesome.
35 minutes up yet?
I'd be whipping that thing out all the time. I will be like, boop.
Now I've only played with it a little bit, so
hey.
Not enough to go blind.
That's why I'm legally blind, and I'm proud of it.
I have an eye doctor appointment on the 27th.
Doctors
acting up for the first time ever.
You know, my eye doctor didn't even tell me. State of Michigan told me when I went to I was gonna do my my license in August. They said, "You're legally blind, son." I said, "Who told you that?"
Damn.
I had to call the eye doctor. I was like, "I don't get to know this from you."
Yeah. What?
We have to. I said, "Legally, my ass." I said, "You just lost a customer, dick."
Yeah.
Customer? You're a patient.
Yeah. Customer.
I have to pay for it. I'm a customer, not a patient. Customer. That's why if I have to pay out of pocket for anything, I'm a customer.
Well, I tell you what. This damn envelope here.
Fuck you.
This is 1 month. 1 month. All this. There's page after page after page of those are my medical costs.
Oh shit.
Page after page after page. And this was just up until the the end of the first week of August. And when I look at the totals, this one, my out of pocket, $343. No big deal, right? This one, oh, ouch. This one, $21,370. My share out of pocket. And believe it or not, this first one, $343 one, they put a footnote in there. You've reached your deductible. Yeah, I reached my Medicare deductible, and then they billed me for 21 grand, and that goes on, and it's all itemized, broke down every charge that Medicare paid for and what I have to pay for, and I was amazed at some of these items, how much I have to pay. It's but I am surprised with some of these where they build Medicare. Okay, they build Medicare for that $21,000 bill. They billed them $83,324. So $83,500, right? All the Medicare paid them was $16,700 out of that $83,000. They only paid them $16,000.
Hmm.
My share is $14,500.
You need to get on that.
But I go through this thing, and those were my local hospital, because this statement doesn't include the charges from the Mayo Clinic, which was over $900,000. I can't wait to see that itemization. They're going to have to send that to me by UPS because it'll be over 40 pounds, But when I look at that shit, I love it though when I see I don't get any charge. They submit a bill for $18,000 and it says the amount Medicare paid $18,000. The amount Medicare paid $40. Maximum amount charged to patient $4 out of $18,000, and they only gave them $40 of that $18,000. But they restrict them under their contract with Medicare. You can't charge the patient any more than $4. Whenever I see one of those, then that makes me happy. You sons of bitches.
I got pissed at Matsu Regional because I have full coverage under Medicaid, and it's Denali Kid Care. And I went to the ER for my shattered foot, and they friggin' charged me for it. They didn't process my insurance, so I was pissed. So I went back there, and I gave them my insurance card and all my information. I said, you process this shit right now, and you go back and backdate that crap. I said, because I ain't paid for this, not one freaking dime. You'll get 50 cents for the copay. That's fine, but I'm not paying for this. They'll kiss my rear end. They're trying to fucking get around and they've done it before.
They'll try to get you to pay, and I like now that, like through Social Security, that Medicare sends you that statement so you can see what they billed the Medicare and what Medicare authorized and what Medicare under their contract will allow them to charge you. That is sweet. I like being able to see that. But what I don't like is how they'll mess with things like, okay, when I was diagnosed with that cancer, that's when I had that diabetic coma, and they slapped me in this local hospital. And that doctor I saw Friday, I filled him in about that emergency room doctor. And he said, oh my God. He says, I'm going to look into that, and I'm going to get back to you on what days he has the ER. And if you ever need the ER and he's on call, don't go in there. Don't go in there. Get somebody to take your ass to Duluth. When I told him what went on with this guy. Well, so this guy, the ER doctor, he says, well, I don't know that you had a diabetic coma. I said, my blood sugar was a 17, you moron. You don't think a person should be in a coma with that low of a blood sugar? Even the paramedics, and they weren't EMS. It was a paramedic that said he should be DOA. And I mean, they're talking like I'm not hearing them because I'm paralyzed. I can't move, and all I can do is go. And I'm hearing everything they're saying. And he says, "Man, I don't think we can get there fast enough. He's going to be DOA." And this doctor says, "Nah, that wasn't a coma, no." And then he says, "You seem awful lightweight for your bone structure and height." And I said, "I am. I lost 80 pounds. Why didn't you just ask the question, And he goes, well, why did you lose 80 pounds? I said, if I knew that, I wouldn't have lost 80 pounds. It's great to see you, Eileen, by the way, heart sight. So he says, he says, well, how'd you lose 80 pounds? I said, I can't swallow. I have this fluids build up and I can't swallow. And he said, oh, that's acid reflux. That's what that is. That's acid reflux. And he said, but just to cover, and that's the way you put it, just to cover our hospital, I'm sending you to Duluth because of malnutrition. Whoop, Sam got disconnected. She's still, it's in the basement, but it says disconnected. But, so they insist that I go to Duluth. He wanted to life flight me, and I said, no. That's $11,000 to life flight me from here to Duluth. Well, I said, that ain't happening. So he says, well, we'll ground transport you. So they get an ambulance to ground transport me up to Duluth Hospital, which is over an hour's drive. All of a sudden, I get up there, an oncologist takes a look at me, goes on my throat, looks and goes, oh my God, he's got stage 3 esophageal cancer. That's why you lost all that weight. That's why this is the problem, blah, blah, blah. And that's why your sugars are so low, because you're not getting enough carbs, you're not eating. They answered all the questions. They had all the answers. They did all the right tests that could have been done at that first hospital I went to, and would have been done by that first hospital if I hadn't gotten that ER doctor, that one doctor. So what do I get? I get a bill for $2,900 from the ambulance. And I said, whoa, wait a minute. Here's my Medicare card. Bill it out to Medicare. Then tell me what I owe you. They said, no, we already got your Medicare information from the hospital, and we billed it, and they kicked it back, said it's not an eligible expense. I said, wait a minute, it was ordered by a goddamn doctor. It wasn't ordered by me. I didn't ask for an ambulance. He was going to life flight my ass. I would have been stuck with an $11,000 bill instead of a $3,000 bill. And they said, well, it's just not approved by Medicare. And I said, why not? And they said, because it was a non-emergency transport. I said, but they considered it an emergency. I had just come into the hospital comatose. They managed to get me to recover from that. They were concerned about the malnutrition and the dehydration. They didn't want to handle it, so they sent me to Duluth. And in Duluth, they found out I had stage 3 esophageal cancer. And at that time, they said, if we don't do certain things, you'll be dead in 30 to 60 days. You will pass within 30 to 60 days. If we don't do something, literally starting today, we got to start taking these steps. So how's that non-emergency? Well, it's the way the doctor stated it, that it's non-emergency. So I get online, I pull my medical record up, and I take a look at the exit summary from the local hospital here. That fucking doctor put right in that exit summary, just for comfort reasons, I am allowing the patient to be transported by ambulance to Duluth for some follow-up. Medicare saw that and said, no, he's allowing you to make that choice to take a ride in the ambulance. He wasn't ordering it. Why the hell would I voluntarily spend $3,000 for a ride to goddamn Duluth when I could have gotten someone local to give me the ride up there, and all I'd have to do is give them $50? What kind of bullshit? Well, no, I got a hold of Medicare, and they said, sorry, unless that doctor changes his summary, we can't cover a penny of that because it's voluntary. It's not an emergency transport. So I got a hold of the hospital, their billing department, told them the scoop, and they said, well, your problem's with the doctor then, not with us, because we can only bill stuff out based on what the doctor says. So I said, I want to talk to the doctor. Well, 3 weeks went by, some bitch not returning my calls. Finally, I called and I said, either he returns my call or I'm showing up at the emergency room and I'm going to talk to him in person. He don't want that. Oh yeah, then he called. He was afraid I was going to show up right in his face. He called and I told him what was up and why they wouldn't pay for it. And he says, sorry, I'm not changing my medical opinion just because you don't want to pay the bill. Oh, that son of a bitch is on my blacklist. I'm sorry, but I want him to get esophageal cancer and cancer of the asshole, which means his whole body. Yeah, he needs cancer of the asshole. Hey, love you too there, Heart Sight. Sweetie, you don't have to do that shit. Thank you so much.
You know what this means? Yeah, you know what that means?
Say it.
End your fucking stream. It's 4 hours.
Yeah. You know what this means?
I got shit to do. It's getting dark outside.
You know what this?
Yeah,
This means?
I'm number
You know,
one.
that's the one nice thing about running this 4 hours. You just admitted you can't leave, man. You just don't want to leave. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't go to the basement, ass. You ass. Damn it. Make me have to grab and click this mouse. You son of a bitch.
He's playing with you.
Yeah, he's getting his humping
Next
in.
one's the final one. Bye.
Now, okay, no, you don't have to. Don't. Yeah. Hey, everybody, we're gonna have to wrap this up. Yeah, Thank you for letting Sty vent a little bit about the medical billing bullshit in the world, and guess what?
I didn't hear any of that. I was listening to your ass. I was staring at Sam.
It was good conversation.
Looking like a big foam ice cream cone up there on top of her head.
Hey,
I dig it.
it's 6 o'clock here. I get to have some dinner, and then
Dude, I gotta eat. I'm eating freaking dried mangoes.
I'm sure glad that a certain gal that I know doesn't have bananas for legs. Not the way you like ice cream, Mike. You be screaming for banana splits constantly. That's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, me Dibble. I gotta cut out of here, man. It's been 4 hours. I gotta eat, man. It's gonna be a real chore. It's 6 o'clock in the evening here. I've got about 6 hours to try to get 2,000 calories in me.
I got one more question.
My bowl of ice cream will help with that because that's about 700 calories right there.
Hey, what do you call a cheap circumcision? A ripoff.
Oh, yuck. Oh, no. No.
Just saying.
Look at Sty. He's like,
The
I
pain.
don't like that visual.
I know. Can you just feel that? Could you just imagine that? Poor Jewish guy. I gotta do that.
Pretty
Oh.
brutal.
Oh, I don't go there. I got to attend Orthodox Jewish circumcision, and that poor kid. Oh, that poor kid. You know, you're not a little kid when they do that. That poor boy. I mean, oh my God. And I was one of their attendees, so I had to be in the room with them when they did it. And I mean, I was pitting and apologizing for the world to that kid for months after that. And he's supposed to walk away from that with a big smile on his face for the whole family, you know. Bullshit. I love that shit. That when I got older and found out what circumcision was all about, I'm going, boy, that's an event I'm glad I don't recall. That's one thing I'm glad I don't recall.
You still here?
Is who's still here?
You.
Me?
I thought you were leaving.
Yeah, I might still be here, but I'm not all there. But okay, guys, we gotta wrap this shit up. Hey, I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. We'll see you next Sunday for sure. Don't forget, probably the first week, if not the first week, second week of November, I'll be starting Thursday night around the campfires again. So we'll have 2 streams a week. And I'm hoping to be able to work some content up and get some videos posted. And I'm trying to work something up special for my channel members. So hey, until the next time, you all take care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. Hope you have a good and happy week, and stay happy if you can. It's tough, I know, but do it. Love you, Sam. Thank you for coming up today. It's so fun. It's always fun having you on board with me. And this guy down here.
Come on already. Jesus.
This guy down here, you all draw your own opinions. I'll leave it at that. You tell me how good or bad he is. Because I've just got an opinion. Yeah. Effort. If I can drag this out another hour, I will. Yeah. No, but, yeah, I know you will. So, hey, that's it, guys. We're going to get the hell out of here. I'm going to grab the girl in the fur coat, do the shuffle on the front porch, and I'll see you all next week. Bye-bye, guys.
Thank you, guys.